Art North Miami. My name is Lark Healer. I'm the Curator of Education here, and it gives me great pleasure to host the Florida Africana Studies Consortium Annual Symposium. We have an extraordinary group of scholars that will be speaking today about reclaiming art, power, ideas, and vision in an ethically plural community. At this time, we would like to acknowledge our special guests with us today. Representing the city of North Miami, we have with us Acting Mayor Philippe Benami.
Good.
We have Councilwoman Marie Serra. Our City Attorney Regine Modestine. The Deputy City Manager, Dr. Clark. And of course, special thank you to the supporting staff of North Miami for helping make this event possible. To give formal greetings on behalf of the city, I would now like to call forward Councilman Scott Galvin to say a few words.
Good afternoon. We are at an exciting crossroads here in North Miami, and it's an appropriately titled forum this afternoon, Moca at the Crossroads. I want to first take a moment to recognize our City Manager, Aline Ghani, who is also here with us this afternoon, and former Mayor Kevin Burns, who's with us this afternoon. I want to thank the FLASC for being part of this great afternoon event. It couldn't be more appropriate. You know, we're reclaiming art, power, ideas, and vision in North Miami. And no matter what anybody else is going to tell you, Moca is ours. Moca is staying here. We talk about how great this museum is. It's about being greater. We talk about how this is the best museum in South Florida. It's about to get better. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking your time to be here with us this afternoon. Thank you for all the panelists who are here to share with us their wisdom. And thank you for being here to show that Moca is the best museum in South Florida. Thank you.
I'd now like to introduce our City Manager, Aline Ghani.
Again, I would like to thank all the elected officials and all the people from academia who are here. Reading the newspapers and seeing what is going on with Moca. Again, what we want to do is to just, you guys open up your mind, listen to the people from academia. Listen to what has happened in the past and what their thoughts are. And this is what this forum is all about. To open up your minds to see, for you guys to come away with your own ideas and thinking based on what we hear, what is said here today. And with that, I'm not going to belabor the point and stay on a little longer. We invited all these speakers, you know, for their wisdom and all their knowledge. And with that, I'll turn it over to the MC.
Thank you.
Again, I apologize for the
I would now like to call for the Director of the Museum of Contemporary Art, Alan Carvajal.
Thank you so very much for coming to be with us this evening as we host in North Miami the 10th annual Florida Africana Studies Consortium Symposium. It is very strange that Kevin Burns is here today because when the programs that started this consortium were built at Florida International University, Biscayne campus, he delivered the first welcome of Black History Month. So we want to thank you and know that this is not a coincidence. Nothing happened by coincidence. I'm the director of the Museum of Contemporary Art. So after welcoming you, I just want to touch on 5 points. That the challenges, the expectation, and the visions. So these three encompass the 5 points I'm talking about. When we came to Moca, we did not find any data that would have allowed us to understand the situation the museum was in. There is nothing today in the city of North Miami's archive that says anything about board meetings, about annual reports, or anything. So if we were to go out and to advise a young graduate student to come to do research in museum studies at Moca using the city of Miami's archive, North Miami's archive, there will be nothing here. So that is the first challenge as a researcher. You find yourself here, absence of data. Second, you all know the difficulties we are engaged with, the outgoing past board. And this is very important, and perhaps tonight, if you're paying attention, everything that will be talked about tonight will deal with that issue. That the board appointed by the city to create a 5013C in the believing that it is independent from the sovereign government which created it. It is as if a child is born and in turn says that it is the mother of his mother. Right? So that's the difficulty we find ourselves. They're dragging us in a lawsuit. I'm not a lawyer, so I cannot talk about that. But our city attorney is here. And if you want to have more information about the legal procedure, you may always address her your question. The absence of data of a museum that has been heralded as one of the cutting edge contemporary sites throughout the world. And that a scholar like myself comes in and finds absolutely nothing. Right? Giving credence to the proverb that all that glitter is not, you know the answer. Second, third challenge we find ourselves to the board and the lack of data is the absence of scholarship produced by Moca over the past 5 years. That is, there is no significant relevant scholarship that this museum has produced in the past 5 years. So that if you really locate yourself in contemporary scholarship production, and you look at what is produced throughout the world in other smaller even museums in terms of scholarship, you end up questioning what is the legitimacy of the competency those that have ruled this museum. Right? And I'm just talking about intellectually speaking. are facing a museum that has not produced a piece of scholarship over the past 5 years, yet still asking a city as North Miami to sacrifice almost $1 million a year. So at some point, you can fool our working class, you can even fool our politicians. You can fool the scores. You can't fool the scores. So what we're dealing, it's a matter of intellectual relevancy. It's not about you black or you white or you Jew or you Gentile or you rich or you poor. It's about do you know the field you claim to be an expert on? And if yes, what have you produced to demonstrate that? So that's another challenge we've discovered more. Now, all these three challenges, as I said, challenge, opportunity, vision, and the way forward. For opportunities, I would argue that all these challenges are our opportunities. That is, we will be the cutting-edge production of scholarship in the state of Florida. That is, we will recenter this museum out of the bling-bling for gathering for nothing, and to recenter this museum for impacting the economic and socio-cultural life of the people of North Miami and abroad. We will focus on the education through the art of the children of North Miami and abroad. We know how to do it. We have the knowledge. We have the contact in the art. So if anyone is telling you that the future of Maya and of Moca is uncertain, let them answer them. This is North Miami. We are not afraid of the future because we can shape it. Thank you very much.
I also just want to take a moment and say hello to everyone who's watching live through the internet streaming that we're doing. So welcome to all of you that are around the world watching as well today. And thank you again, everyone, for being here today. It's with great pleasure I introduce you to the chair of the Florida Africana Studies Consortium, Carol Davies. She will be moderating our first panel entitled The Politics of Representation, Arts, Power, Ideas, and Vision. Carol Davies has been Professor of Africana Studies and English at Cornell University for the last 7 years. Recruited to build the African Diaspora Studies program at Florida International University in 1997, the program rapidly moved to international recognition under her leadership. While at FIU, she was instrumental in establishing the first MA in Africana Studies degree in Florida and creating numerous community campus partnerships in the South Florida area. The Florida Africana Studies Consortium remains one of these lasting institutions. She has served as president of the African Literature Association, the Association of Caribbean Women Writers and Scholars, and is on the executive board of the Association for the Study of the Worldwide African Diaspora, and was recently elected vice president of the Caribbean Studies Association, and therefore its incoming president for 2015-16. Carol Davies is known for a number of field-defining intellectual works over the years. She's the co-editor of one of the first volumes of criticism on Caribbean women's writing, Out of the Kungla, Caribbean Women in Literature. She is author of the award-winning Left of Karl Marx, The Political Life of Black Communist Claudia Jones, and earlier work, Black Women, Writing and Identity, Migrations of the Subject, and it is considered a theoretical base for many studies in the field. In addition to numerous scholarly articles, Carol Davies has also published a variety of other critical works in her recent book, Caribbean Spaces, Escape Routes and Twilight Zones. Dealing with the issue of Transnational Caribbean Locations, and an edition of the writings of Claudia Jones Beyond Containment, Claudia Jones, Activism, Political Clarity and Vision. And she's now working on a longer project on women and political leadership in the African diaspora. Welcome, Carol. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. Thank you for coming out on a Saturday evening. Saturday evening in Miami is prime time, right? So the fact that you're here means that you consider this very, very important. And I thank you for being here and showing by your presence how significant a discussion of this level is to you and to the future of North Miami and the museum. And yes, I was so pleased when Barak said that's Kevin Burns. I was like, wow, because he did, when I was at FIU and we did a number of programs, he did come to a number of the Black History events and showed us his support. So it's quite significant that you are here, and I thank you for your presence. Now, Florida Africana Studies Consortium, I was talking to Keisha just a minute ago to get the right dates, was founded in 2001 at FIU. And the idea was to create an intellectual community, network of scholars and community organizations and individuals interested in advancing intellectual thought. And why? Because Florida, when I came to FIU in 1999, I think, 9. One of the things that really got me was that there was no real intellectual community, and I was so used to that. I was used to the energy of all of that taking place in terms of ideas, and I couldn't find it. So South Florida, like the Caribbean, is often constructed as a place where there's no thought, there's no ideas, nothing going on except beach and fun and South Beach or whatever. So FLASC was created precisely as an intellectual consortium to bring together the institutions in the area who were interested in working or producing intellectual work that had to do with the African diaspora and the diverse communities of South Florida. And actually out of that came a number of conferences, symposia, art exhibitions and sessions, and definitely a Caribbean Book and Art Fair, which was held for 3 years, and a range of other fora at different institutions. What we did was bring together University of Miami, Florida Memorial University, Barry University, Florida Atlantic University, FIU, of course, and a number of other institutions in the area. And then we actually moved further, having people from UCF and Gainesville as part of the consortium. So basically, we were founded in North Miami. So when this event concerning this museum came up, and we were asked to be part of this, bringing together an intellectual discussion on some of the relevant issues, this was absolutely relevant because we actually were born in North Miami. So Florida Africana Studies Consortium is your organization coming from your community, created here for you, and we are pleased to be part of this discussion. Basically, what we did then is to create an intellectual community which often would bring in scholars from all across the country and around the world, and out of that came the Encyclopedia of the African Diaspora, and the logic is to provide expertise on relevant and diverse issues. The last big event we did was called The Verdict, which was a panel discussion which brought together lawyers and community activists to talk about the Trayvon Martin verdict concerning his killing and what happened to the person who killed him, and to talk about the legal implications and how this person ended up walking free. So that was the last big event that we did. And really, we see this, this whole question of losing an art museum in North Miami or losing its patrimony as as significant as that Trayvon Martin issue. And keep in mind, I live in New York most of the time when I'm not here. Keep in mind that whenever you say you're from Florida, people laugh. I'm telling you. They're like, Florida, what y'all doing next? And you listen to John Stewart and Kobe and all those guys, and they're like, Florida should just fall off the map. So Florida has a reputation for being a place where a lot of craziness happens. So don't be part of that craziness. We want to take that away by this kind of discussion here we're having today, and let people know that in North Miami there's intellectual thought, there are people with ideas, there are people who see injustice and want to challenge it, and there are all sorts of other ways in which we want to transform and create communities which are advanced in terms of how we engage the world. So I'm going to turn to my colleagues and introduce them. Now, one of the most important things that I am proud of is providing context. And the person to my right is actually, I'm proud to say, one of my former students. She is Dr. Keisha Abram. She teaches post-colonial literature and autobiography. She's the Dean of the School of Arts and Sciences and Chair of Humanities, an Associate Prof of English, specializing in comparative African diasporic women's lit at Florida Memorial University, the only HBCU in South Florida. HBCU, you know what that is? Historically Black Colleges and Universities. A global citizen who has lived and worked throughout the world, she's deeply involved with international education, multicultural competency, and holistic healing as an Ayurvedic yoga specialist. She's a resident of North Miami. In fact, she lives very close to this. And I saw her posts after the New York Times article on Babacar, where she talked about, no, you all are not going to take our museum. But so I really wanted her here for that reason, but also because of her brilliance and her beauty and her charm. And I thought what I would do with this is provide young scholars working in the field who have been educated and come through the processes, knowledge-producing processes, but who are also working in community. And Keisha is one of them. She's going to talk about working contesting cultures in Miami. Dr. Keisha Abram, please.
Thank you. I'm really honored to be here, especially to be able to be here with Dr. Boyce Davies, my mentor and teacher and everything. It's such an honor, really, especially to be here at Moca under these circumstances. So I thought to say a few words about what it's like, what it has been like for me working in South Florida as a person who's not from here, but from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Northeast. When people think of Miami, they're not seeing us. They're just simply not seeing us, not thinking about us, not seeing us. The vision that one has if they're a tourist, if one's coming for business, if one's coming to see art, if someone's coming to visit family, is not of Black intellectuals or of Black artists. We are in many ways so far out of the realm of people's imagination here that sightings of Black people at the theater or at an art gallery or at a museum become part of the spectacle itself.
Wow.
We are discussed after the show as if we were part of the entertainment. I take students quite often from Florida Memorial University to many events throughout town, and one of the things that has been the most common comment of students when we get back on the bus to go back to school is conversations that people had about them, with them in that space. So I keep taking them to more places. We went to the Perez this week. We try to take them to as many places as possible so that they also have the experience of re-inhabiting space where people have dismissed them and erased them. Entertainment and containment go hand in hand in this regard. There is a vision of this place, and that was many of our initial story of what we would come to believe Miami to be. That first scene in Scarface, I mean, I know for me that was it, right? The first scene in Scarface, we see Tent City. We see a place that you imagine as this wild, wild west of a landlocked island in the middle of a city within a city, under bridges, made so that no one would ever have to know, no one would ever have to see the shame that is the state of our communities. It is possible still, now, even today, that many of you drove here, many of you arrived here by land, by sea, by car, without ever having the occasion to pass through our communities, without ever having to see us, without ever having to think about us. You can arrive in Miami, fly in, take a boat, drive in, and never see Black people.
Wow.
One drives over Overtown and across to other towns like here in North Miami, where we who live here are clear that this is not Miami. We who live here have our own flavor. We who live here know our community, know each other, how to speak with each other, how to find ways through the language challenges that pervade Miami as more than just a basic challenge that you'll find in other cities. Here, it's possible to erase one another without even the attempt to acknowledge the fact that we are educated, that it is possible for us to be trilingual, bilingual, and more. That many of us, in order to live in our homelands, had the opportunity to speak multiple languages from birth, rather than being erased. Here in Miami-Dade, we recognize this as our Miami. In that context, your Miami, but we who live here, Black and invested in arts and education, are the invisible images that artist Edouard Duval-Carrier gives us in his work, Imagined Landscapes, that's currently on view at the Perez, where he resurrects our ancestors, and by consequence us, by literally painting us back into images where artists like Heed, the man's name is actually Heed, like take heed, simply overlooked and omitted us. So in those classical 19th century paintings, you'll see images of landscapes of the Caribbean, images without people, images that were commissioned by Europeans to paint this space without people in it. And that, for me, is what it has felt like living in South Florida. That's how living here, working here every day, Black, educated, well-educated, right? of all these people in ways that none of the nations here seem to get. Here we live in a place where people live together but have never learned each other. We live in a place where, for the most of us, people have come from countries where there has been no education whatsoever of the complexities of Blackness. And we take that for granted. People's only education, for the most part, about what it means to be Black in America has been through music videos or other forms of media which we do not control. Not our art, not our other forms of art, not our forms of intellectual production, not our histories, not told by us. In this case, this means that no space here is made for room for a woman like me, like us perhaps, born free up north to generations of free educated people for whom education meant both formal and informal, where life revolved around the study of all forms of things called art to better learn each other. Here, a woman like me is asked every day, where do I come from? Where there's no imagination of the landscape of what it means to be from here, of this land, read either Miami or the US. Or here, we are asked in elevators, after a long day of teaching cultural arts work and community organizing, whose woman am I? As in, who do I clean for? As in, whose house, whose apartment, whose building do I work in? Here, it has been acceptable to not know, to turn heads rather than to engage, to dismiss on the assumption of a language barrier without even considering that it's possible to speak to each other. But when we gather in a space like this, particularly around music, art, and ideas, new opportunities form. And in at least my own experiences as a North Miami resident, for just over 15 years, there is no other place that has stood for a sense of possibility quite like Moca and the independent businesses that remain around it. We are here, and we are claiming our space.
Get used to it. That's right. Thank you. I like that. We are here, and we are claiming our space. Get used to us. Now, up on the mic, there's another way you could say that. Up on the back, you would see, on the PowerPoint behind, you will see a series of questions. These are some of the guiding questions that I came up with in conversation with several of the panelists in order to orient the kinds of ways that our panel is going to engage these questions this evening. I want to say, too, that there are a number of people in the audience who have been consistently with us and who've always supported and followed all of the various permutations of activities that we've produced. Daryl Davis, please wave your hand. Daryl has been with us from the start. And he used to bring his daughter Lynette when she was like a baby. And now she's almost, I think she's in high school. Yeah, Michelle Murray, who you will hear from later, is another of us Miami residents and students. Dance teacher extraordinaire. Go ahead, Michelle. Jeffrey Phillip, author, Caribbean man, Marcus Garvey rep. Exonerated Marcus Garvey. Okay, it's in the audience, and I will, as I see people and I recognize them, I'm going to give you a shout out. Okay, now this is the nice part. When I got to Cornell University, 2 colleagues called me and said, we have to go to dinner right away, and I was like, okay. but they wanted me to meet with them downtown, away from campus. I said, okay, and I met Satya Mohanty. He has been an amazing colleague at Cornell University. He's, first of all, brilliant. I knew of his work when I taught at Binghamton years ago because he was a leading scholar in post-colonial theory. He was born in Orissa, India, was educated in India and the US. His work in literary criticism and theory has focused on issues that are shaped by his bicultural background and his commitment to a vision of culture as a field of moral inquiry. Mohanty is one of the founders of the Future of Minority Studies Research Project, a think tank that includes over 350 scholars from colleges and universities in North America and beyond. For the researchers, minority groups includes those who access social institutions is restricted because of their group identities based on such factors as race, gender, sexuality, class, disability. Since 2005, Mohanty has served as director of the Future of Minority Studies Summer Institute, which has been founded through 2 3-year grants from the Andrew Mellon Foundation. Besides that, he's an amazing scholar, an amazing colleague. I present to you Satya Mohanty, who is speaking on what do oppressed people know. Dr. Satya Mohanty, please.
As it turns out, a lot of what I say now is going to be a footnote to what Dr. Keisha Abraham said. You will suspect that we worked on the papers together, but I actually met Dr. Abraham only about 20 minutes ago in the parking lot. You may not believe me, but I don't know what to do about that. There was this really powerful film that we watched yesterday. Our plane was late from New York, and I think we came in about 20, 30 minutes into the film. It was a very powerful film, and if you get a chance, do see it. It's online, I think, The Art of the Steal. I had a prepared paper, which is what we academics all do, and then I decided that I'd just use that as a base on which to build my talk, and as it turns out, it dovetails quite neatly with what Keisha has just said. And I'm going to organize my talk around 2 quotations, longish, not very long, but longish quotations, from 2 different people from different periods in history. And I think you'll recognize both. Some of you will recognize both. And I'm going to pause and ask you to raise your hand if you recognize the quote. The first one is one I heard when I was about 15, I think, in high school in India, in eastern India, in Orissa, from the person who's taught me the most, my high school teacher, who used to always kind of raise these very difficult questions. I was kind of skipping class, pretending I was going to do something important. He caught me in the corridor. We got to talking. And I was talking about art and literature and all kinds of things. And he said this to me. He said, do you know that quote from that German guy, Walter Benjamin? He said, every document of culture is also a document of barbarism. I remember being deflated by that. By the way, how many people know this quote? Raise your hand if you do. Not too many, but it's interesting. I encountered that over and over again in graduate school. And I remember rebelling against the idea. So what the heck do you mean? I mean, Beethoven is a document of barbarism, and Shakespeare is a document of barbarism, and our temples and our pyramids, they're all documents of barbarism. I encountered the work again in graduate school in the United States. I've been teaching at Cornell now for over 3 decades, and I've taught this passage a number of times. And it's really important to recognize where it came from, when he said it, and what exactly he meant. He did not say culture is barbaric. He did not say every document of culture is necessarily barbaric. He said every document of culture is also simultaneously a document of barbarism. And here's what he meant. And often people forget this, and I'll read out the quote in just a minute. This was in 1940. Walter Benjamin was a German Jewish man who at that point wasn't even German. His citizenship had been revoked by Germany, as it happened to all Jewish people, all Jewish Germans. He was in exile. He had been arrested in Paris, and he'd been released, and he was in exile in Paris. And a few months later, the German army invaded and defeated the French resistance. And he fled, with the help of some people, to the United States. That's how he continued to live. So it's in 1940 that he's writing this, and he's thinking about barbarism, the future of the world. And if you go back to that, you realize that he wants to talk about something fairly profound about human history, and it isn't just about the Nazis. We seal these things off and we think, oh, that was the barbaric moment. But it isn't just about that. So think about this. A stateless German Jew in Paris in 1940 who a few months later, who had been incarcerated before, and a few months later could have been killed, except he escapes and comes to the US. Here's what he says. All rulers, he says, and this is the passage from this wonderful piece he wrote called Theses on History, Theses on the Philosophy of History. He says, all rulers are the heirs. They inherit the works of those who conquered before them, the rulers who came before them. Hence, empathy with the victor, the rulers, invariably benefits rulers. Whoever has emerged victorious participates to this day in the triumphal procession in which the present rulers step over those who are lying prostrate. So according to traditional practice, the way we do history, he says, the spoils are carried along in the procession. I win, I destroy, I vanquish you, and I take the spoils, and I move on. And that's what history records. Now that doesn't sound all that unusual now, right? He's not saying all culture is barbaric and that's all there is to it. He says barbarism has, in the course of human history, gone hand in hand, and we shouldn't forget it. He says, so these, we call them cultural treasures, but we should view them with cautious detachment. For without exception, these cultural treasures have an origin which we cannot contemplate without horror. 1940, a stateless German Jew who could have lost his life just a few weeks later. They owe their existence, these cultural objects, not only to the efforts of the great minds who have created them, but also to the anonymous toil of their contemporaries. There is no document of culture which is not at the same time a document of barbarism. And then he goes on to say something. Now, a lot of people know this line in graduate school, and we are never reminded of what he says after that, which is just as significant, in fact, much more significant given where we're sitting right now. He says, just as a document, such a document, cultural document, is not free of barbarism, barbarism taints also the manner in which it was transmitted from one owner to another. If rulers take the spoils and give them to the next rulers, or the next ruler just takes it from them, we need to think about that transmission as barbarism. And I think of that very often as a professor at a very prestigious university where that's kind of partly what we do. We do other things too, but if you teach culture, we see often culture as simply this innocent thing we're passing on. But he says what we need to do to really educate, to really learn, is to examine the real context in which human history has kind of shaped cultural objects. We think we are we're looking at them objectively by taking the politics out of it. He would say we are, in fact, what we're doing is participating, wittingly or unwittingly, in the transmission of the barbaric element that goes along with culture. So it's not just universities, also museums. It's libraries. It's all these cultural institutions where objects need to be interpreted. They shouldn't just be displayed. Now you talk about the need for scholarship. I would even modify that a little bit. I would call for just a need for discussion. Mm-hmm. Ordinary people come in and discuss things. What does that mean? Why do you do that? And then to facilitate that seems to be the main object of museums. What we do now is we create museums for tourists. Mm-hmm. We make money from tourists. In fact, that film showed it quite well yesterday. What museums should be doing, the exact opposite. Museums, universities, libraries, they should be continuous with one another. Mm-hmm. should all be about exploring our past, warts and all. I'll stop here with Walter Benjamin, and I want to quote, give you the second quote, and it's one that I'm hoping some of you will recognize, and as I read it, raise your hand if you recognize it, and it's a very interesting part of our nation's history. This was very much in the news, 3 years ago? And so I'll just begin with that. Here's the quote. This is a woman speaking. Our gender and national origins may and will make a difference in how we judge, in our judging. Justice O'Connor, Sandra Day O'Connor, has often been cited as saying that a wise old man and a wise old woman will reach the same conclusion in deciding cases. I'm not so sure, this person says, that I agree with the statement. First, as some have pointed out, there may never be a universal definition of wise. Second, I would hope that a wise Latina woman with the richness of her experiences would more often than not reach a better conclusion than a white male who hasn't lived that life. Anybody recognize that? Justice Sotomayor. Yeah. You remember what a hullabaloo was made about this? Okay. So she goes on. Each day on the bench, I learned something new about the judicial process and about being a professional Latina woman in a world that sometimes looks at me with suspicion. I'm reminded each day that I render decisions that affect people concretely, that I owe them constant and complete vigilance in checking my assumptions, my presumptions, and my perspectives, and ensuring that to the extent that my limited abilities and capabilities permit me, that I reevaluate these assumptions and so on, and change as circumstances and the cases before me require. She says, I can and do aspire to be greater than the sum total of my experiences, but I accept my limitations. I willingly accept that we who judge, which is about to become a justice of the Supreme Court, we who judge must not deny the differences resulting from experience and heritage, but attempt continuously to judge when those opinions, sympathies, and prejudices are appropriate. In other words, don't obliterate our experiences and identities, but don't think just because we've had certain experiences, they've got to be valid. Let's check. And this was deliberately misinterpreted as an evidence of her being biased, if you remember when she was, and this is the quote I gave you, is from a talk she gave at University of California, Berkeley Law School. I think what Justice Sotomayor was saying, and that's what I built a big part of my paper around, but won't read it now, was saying that there are, in our society, or in any society where there are inequalities of any kind, sexual inequality, gender inequality, racial, class inequality, there is something about the experiences of the subordinated groups, women in a sexist society, LGBTQ people in a heterosexist society, poor people in a very unequal sort of class society. That needs to be taken seriously if we want to glean knowledge about our society. It's not sentimentality to say, tell me your story. Sometimes the only way to educate yourself, if you're a man living in a sexist society, is to go ask, is to listen, is to pay attention. And you can fill in the other ways too. So it's not sentimentality to pay attention to members of a subordinated group. It is the only way we educate ourselves. It is the only way you get to be a better student of your society. It is the only way you gain objectivity. So it's not being biased. It's through that bias that you learn how to be objective. I'll end with another story. And this is something that happened to me, and I'll share it with you without leaving some of the names out. I'm a fairly privileged person in the society. I grew up middle class and I have a steady job, and my kid goes to a good school. When I walk into a museum and just about anywhere in the world, I feel reasonably comfortable. There are some places where, because of skin color, somebody may stare at me, but it's because of my class background that I feel reasonably comfortable. But I'm quite aware of that. I walk around some of the most prestigious universities in the world, and sometimes somebody looks at me, but for the most part, comparatively speaking, I'm fairly comfortable because I've been teaching at Cornell for 30-some years. Here's something I heard, and I'll end with that. And this is something that the community needs to think about as you think about reshaping museums like this one. But museums in general. Museums are scary places for some people. And if you don't address that, you may as well just give up the job of educating through museums. So I have a friend, a very senior person, who became the chair of the English department at another major sort of Ivy Plus university at Stanford. I know him well. And I remember we were having a drink, and I guess if we hadn't been having a drink, he wouldn't have told me this, but I'll say that anyway. But no, it's true, because these are not easy things to talk about. Men, particularly men in positions of privilege, don't open up in quite this way. Now, he happens to be Chicano, and he was the chair of the English department then. And I remember saying, so what's it been like? Just one of those questions, right? You've been doing it for a year, what's it been like? And I expected him to complain about the committee work that he's done and the stuff, the evaluations that he needs to do every day and so on. And he said, this was after 1.5 glasses of wine, he said, Satya, it's very difficult. And there's pain in his face. He grew up in South Texas, the border, fairly poor. And he's now, as privileged as you get in the academy. He said, it's very difficult. I said, what do you mean? He said, there are things that I hear because I'm chair and who I am, a person of color, that just, inside they do things to me I can't talk about with too many people. He said, the other day there's a young graduate student at Stanford, in my department, who came in, closed the door, and I thought he was going to talk about the chapter that he's just written. And he was in tears, a male. That's significant, right? A man of color was in tears. And so my friend said, so what's going on? Are you okay? Financial aid, what's going on? He said, Professor, I don't know what I'm doing here. So what do you mean? You have one of the best scholarships at Stanford. He said, I brought my mother to campus for the first time. I thought she'd be very proud of seeing me at campus, at Stanford. She knows the name. She'd never been here. His mother cleans people's houses. She walked in, I don't know if you've seen pictures of Stanford or been to Stanford, it's this very sort of opulent kind of looking place. And he didn't realize, his own mother, her own son, he didn't realize that she'd be very uncomfortable there. She walked in and she said, get me out of here, get me out of here. It reminds me of all the people whose houses I clean, and I get these looks from them. Oh, wow. She leaves. He's stunned by that. This is somebody who's going to be a professor soon, or maybe he's already a professor. He goes into his chair's office, sits down, tears running down his cheeks, and says, I'm not the same person anymore. I'm seeing this place, which I took for granted through my mother's eyes. She couldn't stay here. I had to take her back. And I have to somehow go on and finish my dissertation. Wow. Well, if museums, colleges and universities, libraries put up more and more fancy pillars to look impressive, and if that's the impression we want to give of what culture is, we are failing as democratic institutions. We may work well in, different kinds of fascist societies or, rigidly hierarchical societies. But if we believe that we're parts of a democratic society, we're failing miserably. And I say this with full recognition that I'm at a very privileged institution, and we're sitting now in a fairly privileged place, and I don't know how much conversation there is about that. So I wanted to connect Justice Sotomayor's comment with Walter Benjamin's comment, with the comment from this young Chicano man conveying what he learned from his mother, who did not want to stay more than 5 minutes on the Stanford campus. Thank you. Wow.
That is an amazingly powerful discussion. It's giving me chills, particularly that last point, because I've had similar experiences of students saying their parents did not feel comfortable going up to their high school to even talk about an issue that had to do with whatever, you know, an academic issue or whatever. But again, look at the questions. Who produces and consumes art in ethnically plural communities, right? What happens to art when a community's demographics shift? Do the people of that community still have access to their art? Okay. I want to make a little shift. I hope you don't mind, Lark. I'd like to call Dr. Linda Carty from Syracuse University. Simply because it just hit me that we were going to have 2 men speaking and 2 women, and I don't go like that, don't I? You know me. So I want to just read her bio, and then I'll turn it over to her. Linda, I'm sure you understand. Okay, Dr. Linda Carty is a sociologist, an activist, a feminist, an educator from Canada. She's also an author, an essayist, and has made contributions on environmental justice issues in Onondaga County, and has also written for Miss Magazine. Carty received her PhD from the University of Toronto. Do you want me to say the year or just leave it alone? In 1989. The year is here. She currently teaches at Syracuse University. And she's actually been chair. She's really being modest. She's been chair of the African American Studies Department at the same time that I was chair. We would exchange notes all the time. She's been chair of the African American Studies Department at Syracuse University, where she previously served in several different capacities, including, I know, graduate director. She's also a professor of sociology in the Maxwell School of Citizenship and Public Affairs at Syracuse. She has been involved in HIV/AIDS work and Black women's labor struggles in Canada, in the US, and the Caribbean. She's also co-founder of the Democratizing Knowledge Project at Syracuse University with Chandra Mohanty. And I need to call out that Chandra Mohanty is in the audience. Those of you who have ever read her work on the Western Eyes, Chandra is in the house. So make sure you say hi afterwards. And I don't want to tell you who she is related to on the panel. Anyway, Chandra Mohanty, which is concerned with similar issues to the ones that we're dealing with here. I present Dr. Linda Carty, who will speak on why the powerless deserve art spaces and institutions.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Thank you to everyone for coming out. It's a very, as Dr. Davies said, it's a Saturday evening, and we know the makeup of the community, and we know what we do on Saturday evening. So we're really pleased that you are here. I think I want to speak a little bit about why the poor deserve institutions, art institutions and other institutions, and what the poor think. And I'm saying the poor broadly, meaning as opposed to the wealthy. And I think that these questions, as Carol said, came out of discussions that we wanted to have when we were thinking of putting this panel together. And the way I'm going to approach this is by, because my two colleagues before, Keisha and Satya, have spoken so deeply and eloquently about, you know, who makes up these communities, what do people think and what they themselves think and how much they have to offer and how that is not understood by those who kind of sit up there looking down. So I'm talking about hierarchy. I want to look at this in a broader question. And the question is, what is it about the system of development that we live in that constitutes these kinds of differences among the rich and the poor? And what is it about the wealthy that makes them think that they can constitute the lives of the poor, or are always in charge of the lives of the poor? So what is it about this thinking that makes for really horrible institutional practices that locate people who are not privileged in a marginal position, marginalizes them and uses that marginalization for its own advancement. So I'm looking at this in terms of the economy. I'm going to tell you, I am very interested in the discussion that will take place here, and I really want us to get to that point because I think so many other things will become clearer through the question and answer sessions because we have all chopped up our papers and we all decided that we're going to see what the audience thinks and gauge the audience to determine how we are going to communicate with you. So I don't want to read that paper. I'm going to give you my ideas that I have put together just before we came here. So in the few minutes that I have, I want to do two things. One is first to lay out for you the groundwork to understanding the global pattern of wealth accumulation among a tiny segment of the population globally. That is how the privileged class is getting wealthier as the populations of the poor, both in the global north and in the south, is increasing. The poor in these societies are increasing in the south and in the north. And what I'm referring to the global north are the wealthy countries in this part of the world in Europe, and the south, everybody else. And secondly, to delineate what it takes to maintain the patterns of social inequality that we see all around us that results from the wealth accumulation, and to point out what the wealthy can learn from those that are less privileged by respecting the knowledges that they bring to these institutional spaces and to understand why they too deserve these institutional spaces, like this institutional art space here. In the process, hopefully, we will come to see how the proposal to move the Museum of Contemporary Art from its current location among the less privileged and largely people of color community here in North Miami to the mostly white and affluent community of South Miami is but a reflection of these articulations of class privilege and access to wealth being utilized as power across a transnational landscape of affluence. The display of privilege and power, as manifested by the example here in North Miami, what you're experiencing now, has been seen across this country, replicating themselves from housing to education to the arts and beyond. They embody a flagrant disregard for principles of democracy and social justice, not looking at what people think, not looking at how they feel, not understanding who they are, and show profound disrespect for community knowledges and indeed the very humanity of those who are less privileged. More importantly, though, is that we have to recognize that these same patterns of wealth accumulation and abuse of those that are less privileged are also taking place in the countries of the global south. For example, in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. So what we really need to ask is, what are the factors that make this possible? In other words, what accounts for the systematization of abuse of the less privileged by the wealthy on a transnational level? The short answer is that there has been a coalescing of class interests across borders that have put all the wealthy folks, regardless of race, color, or nationality, on the same side of the divide between rich and poor globally. We all know, many of us in these communities are immigrants. We all know where we came from. We all know that some of these same patterns and these same elitist, nasty people exist where we come from. And we know how they manifest their thinking and their elitism in their behavior to marginalize us. We understand it and we see it every day. This is more evident now, these patterns of behavior and the divide between the rich and the poor. It's more evident now than at any time in history. And I want to quickly explain the system that makes it possible. And why I want to do this is because, like my colleagues here, I'm also a really serious activist. And I know these communities because I go into these communities and I work with people in those communities, as Carol said, doing HIV work and other kinds of work, both here and in Canada, and on some level in the Caribbean. And I understand what community folks feel, and I know how they think about their lived experience, their lived realities, and I know that those who are not there, and those who are outside of that, and those who are in a class that's different than them have no understanding of their knowledge. But they come fully knowledgeable, and they have a kind of knowing that is beyond those who are above them. They know what they know, and they know what those people know as well. So they have an advantage over them. And how they use those advantages, we don't necessarily see or can't understand or appreciate because they are relatively powerless the way we are. And by the we, I'm locating what Sati was saying earlier, that some of us, we know that in these positions that we hold in these institutions in the academy, we're relatively privileged, but we do understand the other side of that privilege. For about the last half century, all Western economies have been in this phase of social development now that we know as something we call neoliberalism. And you hear it on the news, and it's just a term that's thrown out. It has been marked by governments, the banks, and megacorporations working together to determine all aspects of development, or what they refer to as progress, how to progress. I'm not suggesting that this partnership has been the result of any kind of conspiracy. Rather, it is the shared interest and recognition that their goals are more easily attainable by working together that brings them together. There is a unified body that manages this working partnership, and that is what we know we call in the academy the state. The state is the body that's made up of the government, the judiciary, the bureaucracy, and the public service. And together it coalesces into a body. They don't meet as a group in a room and decide how they're going to screw the poor. But they have an inherent understanding of who needs to get screwed. The primary role of the state in managing this working partnership is first and foremost to guarantee the quality and integrity of money. That is wealth making. How and who should make wealth. As such, it advances a set of economic practices and principles which advocate the well-being of humanity as best served by making the conditions right for those who have the entrepreneurial skills to enter the marketplace and use their skills to benefit themselves, not the society. In the process, small benefits may accrue to others. When it does, it's coincidental, but necessary. This is helped by the state, which includes the governments, guaranteeing strong property rights, free markets, and free trade. And so you hear about free trade between the United States and Latin America, and free trade between Mexico and the United States. There is nothing free about it for the Latin American countries, for Mexico, for whatever country in the global south. There's nothing free about it. The free trade patterns are really patterns that always benefit the North at the expense of the economies in the South. So it's free as a language and a discourse of equality, but there's no equality. So what I'm pointing out is how they start out at a major disadvantage. And the only thing that can end up happening to them is that the poor in those countries lose jobs. And in the case of Mexico, we see them trying to get across the border. And in the case of the Caribbean and other countries, they come through the airports and they're trying to get to the United States to get jobs. It's about their survival. And it's about a survival that has been made more difficult by the policies and practices created in this country. In other words, these conditions set by the state the conditions that are most supportive of wealth making. It means that governments pay more attention to keeping these conditions right, and they leave all economic and public service arrangements to the market. So we hear that everything that is happening is about the market. And so if we let the market be and we don't intervene in the market, and not the one where you go to buy your vegetables, but the one that they're talking about as the economic framework. If we leave everything to the market will take care of itself. And those who can't survive the hardships in society, well, they're just not capable and skilled enough to play in the market, so they have to leave, yeah? So the communities like this one are not really considered successful in the market. In fact, they don't even constitute the market, so let's take Moca out of that community, because it's not really part of the market. They claim that the market will make all necessary adjustments that will inherently take care of all measures of inequality, because everyone will have an equal chance to do well, like where it is. So, for example, we saw in 2008, when the economy here in the US went into a huge downslide, the government quickly stepped in to put policies in place to bail out the banks and all the large corporations because they could not allow the system to fail. They did not say then that they were intervening in the market, that the market should have done the readjustments automatically, as they often said that it could do. But they decided to intervene in the market. But even though a couple large corporations did fail, we should not be fooled into thinking that their CEOs or their shareholders suffered any significant personal losses, because the state took care of them. At the same time, though, huge numbers of people lost their jobs, homes, and some people lost their lives when they couldn't take what was happening to them. But what was of greatest importance to the state was making sure that the wealthiest in society did not lose their economic footing. Now that the U.S. economy is in recovery, we have already learned that the holdings of all the banks and corporations that were bailed out with our money are larger than they were before the bailouts. They have accumulated more money. At the same time, again, we see that the banks have not increased their lending to the poor. Things have gotten worse for the poor, and nothing has changed in the marketplace for the wealthy via the banks and the large corporations. We know that one of the most painful signs of the economic downturn was the double-digit national unemployment rates and the massive numbers of people, again, who lost their homes to foreclosure. Yet the recovery on those two segments in the economy continues to be very slow, very, very slow indeed, and that is because the state is not helping. It is helping the wealthy, and the advantages, therefore, in the market are accruing to the wealthy at the expense of the poor. So economies like these are seen as, communities like these are seen as blighted, okay? The main problem with the idea that the market will take care of all aspects of social life, like education, healthcare, housing, which are primarily civic responsibilities that governments should take care of. If left up to the market, those will benefit only those who have greater access to wealth, because it requires wealth to fully engage the so-called entrepreneurial advantages of the market in the economy in the first place. So rather than the market providing the spaces for everyone to do well, we see that what it does is provide for those who are already doing well to do better. We have seen avaricious greed by the wealthy. We have seen them taking away what belongs to the poor. We have seen them altering life in communities and changing the very face of the communities, which is why in this community, they want to move Moca. They want to move it where they think it will make more money. Okay, that's the bottom line. They want to move it to their communities where they think it will make more money, will generate more income. And by that, they're saying the people in this community where Moca is located do not have an appreciation for art. We know that peoples of color, for history, for generations, for eons, have produced art, have appreciated art, but in the understanding of those who want to move the museum, in this, from this community to the south, to the South Miami, is that these people cannot appreciate when they create art, it's art that should be appropriated for their appreciation. I hope we can continue this in discussion.
Thank you.
How you only said
The timer went up. Yeah. Okay. Our next speaker is Dr. Jesse Benjamin. Dr. Benjamin has lived in Toronto, Brooklyn, Minnesota, Israel, Palestine, Kenya, London, among other places. This has fostered an interest in the variable manifestations of global patterns of race, racism, inequality, and their social interconnectedness. His current research focuses on issues of history, identity, and Pan-African epistemology in East Africa, the histories of colonialism and decolonization, and in North America, patterns of whiteness and white identity formation in the larger matrix of racial social constructions. He's currently investigating problems of racial and other social divisions throughout Africa, looking for broader theoretical patterns. In the Middle East, his work looks at Bedouin and Kurdish communities and also at the African diaspora in Asia. He teaches a variety of courses at Kennesaw State University, including race and ethnicity, emerging social issues in Africa, and other sociology courses. Let me just say before I turn to Dr. Benjamin that these papers are going to be probably the first edited collection coming out of Moca under the leadership of Baba Kayambo. So there's a plan that all of this will be available. So keep this in mind. In spite of the fact that people, as usual with presentations, do not have the chance to present the entire spectrum of the ideas, you will get a chance to have a version of it interspersed with art. I'm sure we have wonderful artists like Mendoza here, Alejandro, who did lovely series called Locations, Locations, Locations. And I also want to recognize, I know Mervyn Solomon is in the audience. I saw him come in. Hi, Mervyn, who had worked really hard in developing the Caribbean component of the Miami Book Fair. And I saw Christine Ho as well coming in at some time. Hi, Christine. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. So let me turn to Jesse Benjamin as well for his presentation, which I think he probably changed the title because it's really such a nice academic title that I was wondering if he reworked it. But anyway, it's What About the Half That Has Never Been Told? Jewish Whiteness as a Barometer of the Pitfalls of Modern Unicentric Epistemology. Dr. Jesse Benjamin.
This is wandering. Okay. So, thank you. And it's an honor to be here, and I appreciate Carol and Babacar and others in FLASC and Moca making the invitation and to be here with these panelists. I do work on a number of oppressed communities. My research started, and I discovered the oppression in each of the communities was far deeper than I would have imagined. Each place I've gone to, it ends up being that I'm studying squatter communities around landlessness issues and things like that. And that was the case in Africa, and it's not loud enough. It's moving. So I end up studying by accident, but by also the reality of our capitalist world.
Are you all hearing now?
Squatter communities, people who are landless. But also, at a certain point, I thought it was important, and I followed others who were doing this, studying the privileged. And so what I'm sharing with you today really is a research project on whiteness and a very specific version of whiteness, Jewish whiteness, which I think deserves more attention. The Irish whiteness, Italian whiteness, and others have gotten, I think, disproportionate attention. And Jewish whiteness is a difficult subject because it's recent, current, freighted. There's a lot of issues with it. So I'm delving into that. So I'm going to touch on that a little bit. The quote, "What about the half that's never been told," is one of my favorite quotes. That's from Dennis Brown, but goes through a lot of reggae music. Bob Marley. I think you can trace it to the Bible and to Queen Sheba and other places, but it speaks to the idea that non-academics, people outside of the academy, have witnessed what we would call historical erasures, that there's pieces that are missing that need to be filled in, and that's something that I'm very interested in. So that was sort of my framing as I went into this. Another piece for me, and I do work in Atlanta with the Walter Rodney Foundation, was this idea of grounding. And since I'm not from Miami, and I've been following this in the news, I'm very interested in what's going on in this community. And in my Atlanta community, where I've lived for 8 years, my longest home at this point, is to understand the community you're a part of and to do the homework to catch up with what people have been struggling and doing before you got there. So this is a very interesting location within North Miami and within Miami and within Florida, where all this conversation is happening, and it seems so important. The part I want to share with you today of my research project, I wanted to talk about my favorite theoretical aspects, which I think might be useful in this situation here, and I find them useful in a lot of places. My case study, which may illuminate certain things for us, and then a couple of sort of possible conclusions. So I'm also a sociologist, and I do take an economic and historical approach, and I start to understand race and class, which I think are at the core of what's going on right here and in a lot of the United States and the world. I go back to the Reconquista and the Conquista. So when the Crusaders failed to conquer the Middle East and to control the economy, which was sort of the crossroads of the world economy at that time between Africa and the rest of Asia, they decided to conquer just a little edge that they thought, and they were successful in conquering. And in conquering that part of Spain and Portugal, most of our modern problems seem to have been born, although it wasn't planned at the time. They took this concept of purity of blood, limpieza de sangre, and they took it, and it became modern, phenotypic, sort of embodied race. So I start there, and it's interesting because for the Jewish whiteness studies that I'm doing, at this point, Jews are the embodiment of the other. They're not anything related to, well, whiteness is just becoming invented, but such as it's coming into existence, Jews are not going to embody that. Jews are in this broad category that the conquistadors are creating of agents of Satan. That's the category they use. And so agents of Satan, it's the biggest diss you could use. It's pure evil. Killing an individual is considered an agent of Satan would actually be, you know, a good deed according to the spiritual tradition of the time. So who are the agents of Satan? It's Jews, Muslims, Moors, which is a broad term for African. Most of the Jews and Muslims, by the way, were Moors, so they're overlapping categories. Also women, witches, heretics, infidels, and the sinister, the left-handed. They lumped in just some random groups they didn't like. That's a sign of difference. These are all forms of difference. Reaching for something with your left hand as a little baby must be the agent of Satan. We should kill, and they killed left-handed babies. A lot of parents tied their hands behind their backs to force them to be right-handed to keep them alive. So then they crossed over, you know, Columbus started that route, and they took this idea and they said, since you're not Christian, all of you New World peoples, you must also be agents of Satan. And so they started crucifying them and doing other things to them, enslaving. So then you have this, the genocide of the Americas, where more than 100 million people, we estimate, are exterminated. Probably one of the worst, if not the worst, genocide in human history, coupled with the transatlantic chattel slave trade and the modern racial class coordinates of our world take place. So what we in the academy call self-other dynamics, shaped around this, and you have white, black, middle class, working class, male, female, hetero, homosexual, all these constructed categories of self-other difference. One of my favorite theories in relation to that is Sylvia Wynter's concept of the bourgeois mode of being. A lot of us in the academy, outside of the academy, a lot of us activists, we tend to look at class because class explains a lot. And so there's a mode of production. And in a lot of ways, a museum is the quintessence of the middle-class mode of production. It's a place where wealth is displayed. It's a place where we were jokingly calling it money laundering, where you can give gifts and get tax write-offs and do all that kind of stuff. And the film was talking about those donor classes last night. The bourgeois mode of being is such a cool concept. I've been struck with it ever since I saw it because it encompasses that economic aspect, but it then talks about how do we construct our own identities, all of us, in relation to this mythical a centered norm, it's mythical and real, of whiteness, of middle-class values, of heterosexuality, patriarchy, the ways that we think are dominant and normative. And so to me, in that sense, even more so, a museum like a zoo or like a theater or like a university become these special and intense sites where being middle class is produced, or where being middle class is disrupted. So we have that tension that I think we right now constitute, an embodiment of. So I really like it because generally we tend to focus on petroleum and nickel, cadmium and uranium and all the sort of minerals and the sort of physics, the physical stuff of the economy, and this opens up a bigger discussion. So it's one of my favorite theories. I also have been working on my own sort of theoretical ideas around time, and clonachronism is the term I'm playing around with, which is this colonial notion of time. Because it also embodied throughout all of this, those 500 years of Western thinking. I use the word epistemology, which is a fancy word for thought structures, but these thought structures are what somehow set I call it the hardwiring of a computer. Very few of us know how to actually program a computer. We just know how to use them. But there's this unseen hardwiring, and epistemology is a lot like that. It sort of shapes us, and then we think it's human nature. So we think in terms of self and other. We think of who's better than me, who's worse than me, how can I diss someone else to feel better about myself. There's this relationality that we take as human nature, but is actually part of our modern epistemology, our modern thought structures, and is not at all human nature, and is not normal in most cultures, but has become global and dominant. So in that sense, one of the key components is this idea of time, and the civilized, rational, conquering man in all of that justifies this dominance, this genocide, this colonialism, expropriation. Today we would probably talk about gentrification, things like that, because somehow there's this construction that they're more evolved, that they're from the future, or that the people that they're doing this to are from the past, or from some Stone Age society, as though we don't all live in the same time space. And that's a deep concept built into our culture that shows up in science fiction movies and all kinds of stuff. Every time they get to Mars, it's hieroglyphics, and it's proving the Egyptians couldn't have done that. Aliens brought it, and it's a great example of that. So the other piece there is that there's this narcissism of the self. So I really wonder what happens if we talk about underrepresentation a lot, and it's very important, when you're overrepresented, when every movie, every book, every story is about you, what happens to your ego? What happens to, how do you check yourself? And in a sense, how do you get set up as the one who will never see what's coming because you just assume you're living in a bubble? Oh, you are living in a bubble. Okay, so the Jewish whiteness case study. Whiteness studies has gotten popular in some ways in the last few decades, and it's not satisfying sufficiently deep in many ways. So there's some salient criticism. So one of the problems is that it's very U.S. focused, and it's looked at certain populations. It's not international enough, and it's not deep enough. So what I found, just very briefly, is that the assumption is that Jews became white in the 50s. And that's true in the United States. And not all Jews, obviously, but enough Jews became white that they became normal to accept Jews to be white people, sort of in popular culture and in practice. And that did sort of transition in the 50s. But what I found is if you take that 500 years after Columbus, you have a Spanish and Portuguese dividing the world empire. You have a Dutch global empire, what we call a hegemonic empire, and then the Dutch, or the Holland. That's the second. The third is the French and the British period, and then the U.S. So we have these four empires. In each of those, Jewish whiteness Jewish racial identity is being contested, and there's this really interesting thing. Essentially, if you are racially constructed as the other, as an agent of Satan, and then as non-white, as black, as colonized, as oppressed, then it can kind of overdetermine everything in your world. And one of the solutions is to redefine yourself as whatever's considered dominant at that time. And so there's a strong push on oppressed peoples to, if they can, to adopt bourgeois norms, middle-class norms. But especially if you can get a white card, then you definitely want to get that if you can. I had always thought, in most of the studies I've seen, that whiteness was unidirectional. Once you got whiteness, you never gave it up. And I don't think anyone has ever renounced their whiteness as a group of people. However, what I have seen is that it's much more fluctuating than I thought. So in the Spanish and Portuguese period, Jews start off as on the run, undercover. Hundreds of thousands are murdered in really gruesome ways in Iberia. And then they go undercover as conversos and moranos, and they're hiding their identity. Some give up their identity, some hide it and lose it along the way, some maintain it. So there's this very interesting thing that's going on, a reconstruction in the New World where maybe we can create a new identity. Similarly, in the Dutch Empire, Jews follow sort of what they were allowed to do in the medieval era and stay involved in the financial trades, which is one of the only areas they were allowed to be in, and they're involved in stock exchange, commerce, slave trading, which was the big industry of the time. Jews found themselves sometimes as second-class plantation owners and slave owners, so that they weren't good enough in the eyes of the Christian slave owners on the island of Curacao, for example, or in Suriname, in South America, and in the Caribbean, and yet were striving to sort of catch up with the bourgeois norm of the time, which was slave plantation owning and managing and running and commerce. But there were also Jews who occupied pirate ships or were part of liberated zones or were part of revolutions. And so in that Dutch period and in the French and British period, there's these provocative things that need to be studied more and have been started. Some people have been looking into them, but Jews on both sides of slave insurrections. So when the enslaved rised up, Jews found themselves sometimes on opposite sides, depending on what class location they had. And so that piece is very fascinating to me. Of course, the rise, once you have the U.S., of U.S. empire, Jewish whiteness takes on a different level, and again, I think it's too U.S. focused, and I think that the role of Israel as a former colony, Palestine, and Christian Zionism comes into play as well. A lot of things get very significant, but what we start to see is that Jewish whiteness is now playing a role not just for Jews, but for whiteness, for all white people, as a kind of sort of symbolic whiteness. And now, if there's a critique, the Holocaust, the quote-unquote capital T Holocaust, can be invoked as a sort of moral shield that suits U.S. empire and can be deployed in specific ways. So under the British, one of the reasons they were creating Israel is they had an early form of Christian Zionism, where they, like the Christian Zionists today, the evangelicals believe, once the Jews secure Israel, then there'll be, Armageddon and the end times, and they'll be swept aside. A few will be converted, most will die, and then, the end times will come. And so it was an important step along the way. Another piece that I discovered was this concept that we take for granted. Again, there's this thing we call naturalizing, where things that are sort of recently made up get turned into as though they've been there forever. So we hear this term Judeo-Christian tradition. And I wondered when that was invented, and my research seems to indicate that it's an invention of the 40s and 50s and is exactly when U.S. empire is created. And that was a bit of a stunner for me. As I looked at history, what I found was, if you go back and look at what was going on before the Reconquista, Al-Andalus, Andalusia, what you have is a multicultural society in North Africa, which is in direct relation with the rest of Africa and with the Middle East and with Asia. Today we would call it multicultural, because we have this bizarre invention of unicultural. And we don't call it unicultural, that's just considered normal. But when everybody else gets together, we have to have a word for it, it's multicultural. Everything is backwards in that way. We label organics as though pesticide is normal, right? So for all of history we had organic food, now it's labeled and overcharged. so that ties into our epistemology. Our thought structures make a lot of things backwards as a result. So Judeo-Christian, there's really a Judeo-Islamic tradition that is as old as Islam and was a Judeo-Arab tradition, a Judeo-African tradition that goes back millennia before that. The Judeo-Christian tradition is actually a bizarre invention because many Christians sort of blame Jews for killing their God. There wasn't much of a tradition there. There was a lot of anti-Semitism in the rise of European Christian societies. And so what even is that is a fascinating question. But I guess I say all of this to circle back to a number of things. So here in Miami, and I'm in Atlanta now, but I'm a New Yorker, a Torontonian. New York and Toronto and Miami have this thing to me that's interesting, which is, especially in New York, and I think Miami from what I know, the majority of white people are recent whites. I was thinking what to call them, Creole whites, recent whites. Last night I came up with nouveau whites. That's my newest one. And I think it's good because recent whites, like the nouveau riche are just never cool enough, right? And so they have to try so hard. That poor guy Barnes last night was nouveau riche and just could not make it with the old moneyed wasps. And no matter what he did. And then he got pissed off at him and so on. So, so there's an overcompensation that comes with being a recent white. You got to prove that you belong at the country club or whatever, so that you're extra racist, extra hardcore about your sort of bourgeois signification. You have to really prove that you belong there. Whereas in some ways the old money or the old whites, they are kind of confident in it and not worried about it as much, right? So what does that mean if New York is the head of the U.S. empire, or if Miami is the head of the art world, or what does it mean to have these major U.S. cities have white populations that aren't untroubled white, right? So you hear it's a Jewish and a Cuban whiteness, right? That's really interesting. What does that mean? To talk about that. Both are very unsettling phrasings, and I think need to be looked at. So how does that resonate with a board? And what does it mean if a board is mostly white, recent white, if you want to look at it in historical terms? What does it mean if the half that's never been told has been kept from those people to the point where they think that whiteness is normative? They think that's the entire story of the world, not just for the world, but for themselves. So that they think Jews are not just white today, but have always been white, or that Jesus was born a white guy, or that Moses looked like Charlton Heston. What does that mean? And what does that mean when you find yourself in a city whose demographics have changed, and instead of thinking this community now looks like my people, you invoke this relational, that's not my people. You know, I'm now white, and it suddenly looks black and Latino around me, black and brown in some way. What does that mean? And what would it mean to reclaim that history? And since art and art curating is an intellectual space, just like being in the academy is an intellectual space, it's supposed to be, by the way, and we were introduced as academics and listen to us, and I would flip that and say probably don't listen to most academics. And we probably represent an oppositional academic space, just like the curatorial space that I think is now coming into play here in this art world. We're not normative of the academy, thank God. And so anyway, but what does it mean then to reclaim that history, and what are the opportunities that are missed, I guess, if you don't know that history, if that history is taken from you? So those were some of my thoughts. There were some threads I didn't get into. I was going to talk about the owner of the Heat and the owner of the Lakers, the Clippers, I should say, and their relationship across the Israel-U.S. Jewish whiteness continuum. It's very fascinating. The black Jewish so-called discourse that implies that Jews are white and black folks are not Jewish, so that's very weird and complicated. But anyway, I guess, what would it mean for a board at a museum like this to actually be on the right side of history? Because I think that 500-year epistemological rupture where whiteness and masculinity and patriarchy and bourgeois normativity, the bourgeois mode of being, has been centered, What will it mean when that all unravels and we go back to what's actually been on the planet for millennia, what we now label multiculturalism?
Wow.
So I'll end it there.
Amazing question. Amazing questions. I told you all. A lot of food for thought to talk about afterwards. The questions, again, they're up there so you can keep reflecting on them, and hopefully the discussion period we'll be able to get into that. But keep in mind the last question too, how can artists really have a role in creating the kind of disorder? This is the question that Margot Crawford is going to address. Natalie Crawford, Natalie, is 20th century American, is focusing on African American literature and intersections of race, gender, and sexuality. Her research and teaching interests range from race and American modernism to 21st century African American literature. She's the author of Dilution, Anxiety, and the Black Phallus, a study of body politics of lighter and darker skinned blackness, and the co-editor of New Thoughts on the Black Arts Movement. She's actually probably the expert on the Black Arts Movement that I know of. And not because she's my colleague, I just know she is. She's a key figure in recent wave of scholarship on the 1960s and early 1970s Black Arts Movement. She's now completing a book connecting word and image into place to the Black Arts Movement in the 21st century. Professor Dr. Margot Natalie Crawford.
So I know you've heard a lot of papers, so bear with me. We will open it up very soon to your questions and comments. But I do want to say that what I'm presenting today, you'll see as it pivots on these issues of in and out, inner and outer, it really makes me think so much about what Satya Mahanti said earlier in terms of museums being scary places. So if we think then about who's afraid when they enter into museums, how is Moca under this threat of being moved out of the community? You'll then see when I emphasize these issues of inner and outer, what I'm really setting up in terms of this reflection on the Black Arts Movement in relation to more contemporary art. You'll see how it really connects, I think, to the ways in which this very current battle to keep Moca here, how it should really make us think about these issues of power and privilege in terms of the interior and the outside. Amiri Baraka describes the out and the gone. That's his word, the gone, in the following manner. The out is out, even if in plain sight, though it would not have to be. The gone could be seen or unseen or obscene, but even farther out, crazier, wilder, deeper, a heavier metaphor, a deeper parable. We'd say that's way out. At Howard, we were so hip, we would say that's way, meaning that's way too much, exceedingly hip, super wise. During the 1960s and 70s Black Arts Movement, outdoor murals became the site of an outdoor art gallery, and this is the image that you're looking at. The 1960s and 70s Wall of Respect mural in Chicago needs to be remembered as we gain a fuller sense of the interior spaces of individuality and artistic freedom that can be created in the outdoor spaces of collectivity and artistic ensembles. The Wall of Respect was the transformation of a simple wall of an abandoned building into an outdoor community center of poetry readings, political speeches, dance, jazz, and drama. This outdoor gallery without a roof also teaches us how to think through the tension in our current 20th century moment between the art that caters to the logic of post-identity politics and the art that builds on the work of the 1960s and 70s identity politics movements and refuses to repudiate representational art for the sake of gaining the currency tied to the more abstract art. And if I pause quickly and have you look at this image, you'll see that the Wall of Respect also troubles, I think, our sense that representational art is simply different than abstract art. If you look at this full mural, you'll see that there's a way in which, for example, in the creation of the painting out of the poem SOS, you'll see in that far corner the poem that starts with those words, calling Black people. So as the words become more and more illegible, there's a way, even in that one panel, to think about representational art then being something that's not simply separate from what's figured here as the, quote, illegible and abstract. Let me begin as I move from the Wall of Respect with an installation piece. I've always wanted a dollhouse. This is done in 2013 by the Kenyan artist, Arlene Wendero. And if you can move to the next slide, the next one after this, here we go. This piece dramatizes this issue of creating a revolutionary interior in the outside space of collective resistance. The artist makes the White House a sign of interior space that signals privilege. Getting into this inner space requires acrobatic, by any means necessary, maneuvers. And if you can move to, yeah, that's a good one. I can pause there for a second. But Wandero's images of the outside maneuvers might make us forget the goal of these guerrilla tactics is to get inside. The grace of one of the sculptural figures, you can move to the next slide, please. Yeah, that one. The grace of one of the sculptural figures on the outside creates a sense of being grounded in the air. This figure has outstretched arms that are partially framed by an arched window. One of the arms is almost inside the window space, almost inside the house. Wandera, with this figure, counters the trauma of the other figures struggling to get in, and in one case, outside down in the outside space of disempowerment. This graceful figure with outstretched arms is partially in the house. This figure is not shut out from the interior, but has also found a way of being outdoors that breaks the boundaries between the inside and the outside. I saw this installation piece in the recent 2014 Descartes Biennale. The gallery space had 2 levels, and this piece was on a balcony type of partial enclosure. This installation piece, when seen in a gallery space, might lead viewers to think about the inside space of the gallery and how it relates to the outside of the gallery. During the 1960s and 70s Black arts movement, artists were directly fighting power structures' attempts to contain art produced by the people. The movement's focus on a Black interior was one way that the movement fought against the inside space of dominant cultural power that transformed what Baraka refers as to the out and the gone into the safe, the contained, and the non-threatening. In the Black arts anthology Black Fire, 1968, incredibly didactic poetry is followed by the outness, the abstraction of Sun Ra's poetry. In the 1974 reissue of the album, Supersonic Sounds, Sun Ra explains his abstract sounds. He writes, "This is the music of greater transition to the invisible, irresistible space age. Outer space is big and real and compelling." Sun Ra's adoration of outer space spoke to the younger Black arts nationalists who were performing the freedom of inner Black space. That imagined inner Black space was never simply inner. The tension between the inner and the outer galvanized the style of Black cultural nationalism. One of the advertisements of one of the orchestra, Sun Ra's orchestra, he says it was pronounced orchestra because down south people don't say orchestra, they say orchestra. You know. One of the advertisements of one of the orchestra's performances proclaims, "Dance the outer space way." Black arts cultural nationalists found the sensation of dancing in outer space once they found that groove of inner space. Many of the iconic poems of the movement gain new meaning when read as the performance of the tension between inner and outer space. The visual art also dramatizes this tension. One Roxbury, Massachusetts exhibit announcement of the most acclaimed Black arts visual collective, AfriCobra, which stands for African Commune of Bad Relevant Artists, was an image of the map of Africa with small reproductions of the work of the 10 artists in the exhibit. The map of Africa is framed by the words 10 in search of a nation. The paintings and photography fill the inner space of this map of Africa. In this case, Africa, in the African American imagination, becomes the pictorial shape that helps Afro-Cobra express their search for a nation. The search for a nation is not necessarily the search for Africa, but Africa does become the open space that contains the art that the art of Afro-Cobra as it continues to search for a nation. The outdoors art of the movement sheds light on the movement's excitement over Black outer space and its attempts to contain this outer space. In a recent interview of Nelson Stevens, one of the principal Black arts muralists, Stevens explained to me that city officials often try to stop the inclusion of words on outdoor murals. As the murals were in the process of being completed, Stevens explained city officials were most nervous about the words that might be in the murals. When I asked Stevens to respond to critics of the Black arts' need to attach definite words to images, people who think that the art is too didactic, too representational, why would they include words and pin it down? Stevens insisted, I always use the words to control the interpretation. I wanted to make sure the image was delivering the message I wanted. In his Boston mural, Work to Unify African People, 1973, the words do indeed lead viewers to see a unity in spite of fragmentation, as opposed to what could be viewed without the words as a fragmentation that defies that unity. In the same interview, Stevens explained that many Black arts muralists would only paint on smooth walls, but the Black arts muralist William Walker would paint on rough walls, quote, brick by brick. The uneven bricks are comparable to the uncontained outer space that Sun Ra brought to the Black arts movement. The art of the Black arts movement was a working through uneven surfaces in order to create a smooth delivery of a collective agenda. The uneven surfaces are comparable to the individuality of the artist, their different flows. The smoothing out of the uneven brick is comparable to the power of the collective that A.B. Spellman remembers as, quote, the sensuality of a collective consciousness that declared itself on sight. The category outsider art is often viewed as a more progressive term, as many of you know, than folk art or naive art. The Black arts movement gave a new spin to outsider art. When you use this term as a way of thinking about this movement, the outsider element does not pivot on the tension between folk and highbrow, but rather on the tension between the art of Black power versus the art of assimilation. Malcolm X's death in Harlem, for example, had a particular formative role in the aesthetic warfare that was created in Harlem during the Black arts movement. Harlem was reclaimed as Black space during the Black arts movement versus the Harlem Renaissance depictions 1920s, 30s Harlem Renaissance depictions of the breaking of the color line boundaries as white people gained a complicated intimacy with Blackness. The 1969 African-American protest of the documentary exhibit Harlem on My Mind at the Metropolitan Museum of Art was very tied to the Black arts movement's call for the outsider art that enabled a Black interior. The inside-out dynamic of the Black arts movement, the movement's refusal to enclose Black art even as the movement held a Black interior, is so different from some of the 21st century African-American visual art that gains its value in the current highbrow art industry by being different from that which is recognizably tied to Black aesthetics. The creation of distance from recognizable Black aesthetics, quote, recognizable Black aesthetics, by some of these 21st century Black visual artists makes Blackness the exterior that enables access to the highbrow interior. But when we think through the generational gaps at the core of critiques of artists such as Kara Walker, we might recognize that many of the artists' own repudiation of the Black arts movement is the problem. Many of the young 21st century artists' repudiation of the Black arts movement may be the problem. Some of the younger artists themselves do not recognize the Black aesthetics unbound ethos of the Black arts movement. Kara Walker has created a watercolor word and image interplay that mocks a lineage a lineage connecting 21st century African-American women artists and the Black arts movement. This watercolor, subdued, playful dislocation presents collage as her response to the bold colors of the Black arts movement. And I know it's hard for many of you in the back to read this, so I'll say what it reads. The text reads, "Towards a positively affirmative portrayal of African-American womanhood in the 21st century, a collage of thought-provoking texts and images in the tradition of the Black arts movement. Her name, Kara E. Walker, is defaced with a horizontal line. The image Walker implies that Carol Walker cannot exist in, quote, the tradition of the Black arts movement. Walker's repudiation of the Black arts movement draws more attention to the difference between, should draw more attention to the difference between her featureless silhouette interiors and the Black arts movement Black interior. We can think, for example, about Baraka in Inarticulableness when he depicts the Black interior. He says at one point, close your eyes, can you see your own face when you close your eyes? As if he's thinking literally about those features, facial features of a Black interior. I know I don't have much time, so I'm going to move toward the end here. As we think about some of these issues of inside and outside, I think it's helpful to think about the way that a recent architecture journal sets up some of these questions. Interstices, this journal, frames this special issue on what they describe as unsettled containers and then aspects of interiority. And they ask this question: when is a set of walls an interior? When is an object a container? And when is a container a world? When is a set of walls an interior? When is an object a container? And when is a container a world? In such a similar manner, Amiri Baraka insists in his iconic poem, Black Art, that, quote, "We want a Black poem and a Black world. Let the world be a Black poem." This probing of the difference between the object that is a container and the container that opens up to a world explains the Black art's rage against reproducing art that's tied to highbrow capital, and the Black art's belief in art that would, like the outdoor art gallery created through the Black arts murals, unsettle boundaries between inner and outer space. The resonant question posed by the editors of this journal, when is a set of walls and interior, captures the connection between the Black book, the way that the movement was using this term, the Black book, and the paintings and the visual art, framed photographs and painted poetry on the wall of the abandoned building that became the canvas for the most acclaimed Black arts mural, the Wall of Respect. The Black books and the outdoor murals performed the tearing down of walls and also a leaning against walls, something that you see in many of the photographs of some of the murals, people leaning against these walls, as they produced inner Black space as a container of outer space that seemed as large as the dream of a Black world. The word architecture is also used in one of the editorial notes in the Black Arts Journal Soul Book. The editors present the rhythm of the Black arts movement as a veritable new type of architecture. This is the precise language that must be remembered in order to grasp the reasons why Black Fire, the main movement anthology, begins with James Stewart's discussion of white matrixed forms and the Black non-matrixed, the non-enclosed, the way that they theorized whiteness in this movement had so much to do with their sense that whiteness was not only the need to own cultural capital, but also to contain it, to enclose it. The physical book for James Stewart and the other writers in Black Fire was not supposed to contain the fire, just as museums should belong to the community and should not be contained by larger forces. The textual production of the Black arts movement and the larger visual art production was a deep engagement with counter-establishment architecture that brings outside inside and inside outside. And if we can move now to the last slide, because I know I'm out of time, and I just want to end with this image, because if we go back to this sense that museums are scary for some people, we're looking at, right, so this is Baraka dancing with Maya Angelou. You know we've lost both of them so recently, and they're dancing above the ashes of Langston Hughes. I I don't think we would be afraid if we walked into the Schomburg and we saw them dancing, right? Who would be afraid to walk into that type of outdoor, indoor museum space? Thank you.
Okay, so this is indeed the kind of brilliance that Moca is delivering. Please thank our panelists again. Yes. And those of you who go to London and go to the ICA and all those institutes of contemporary arts, you're going to find the same thing here. This is already what's happening, as you can tell, right? So we have 15 minutes for questions, and we'll stop. We have to push back the time a little bit.
I'm just wondering, when it's being contemplated that the museum would move to Miami Beach, what is being moved, if anybody can speak to that? The building stays, right? The name, the current exhibit, potential for future exhibits, the funds that enable the museum to operate, what are they proposing to move?
Okay, that's a really important question, and I'll just wait because this panel is not going to be able to answer that. What is being moved? Is it the building, the name, the collection, and so on? Okay. Resources, what is exactly being moved? Thank you for that really important question. Should we take that now, or do we want to have another question?
Good afternoon. Very happy to be here. Great discussion. My name is Christopher Norwood. I feel like I'm back home because there's so many Cornelians here. Class of 1997, SEPA. It reminds me of some of the things that I learned under James Turner at the Africana Center there. But the message that Dr. Crawford, you mentioned about the Black Arts Movement, which is such a powerful moment in time. I'm originally from Newark, New Jersey. I was just home volunteering on Raz Baraka's campaign for mayor. I was at Amir Baraka's funeral. When we talk about the Black Arts Movement, and it may have some relevance to what's happening here in North Miami, the power of art to influence politics, but I'm not sure that many people really understand what Amir Baraka did in Newark and galvanized the community around art, which led to economic development, which led to Black representation in government. And so I wonder if you could just share just a little bit of that.
Absolutely. I think it's so important because I think, honestly, what you're getting at is that for Baraka, it's never, as we know, art for art's sake. So even then, as we think about, what so many of us have emphasized in terms of the need to have the tie to the community, even as we emphasize that, I think what you're getting at is we think about what Baraka did, not just in the Black Arts Movement, but so many years in Newark in terms of making it so that his status as such a consummate artist then becomes so tied to his mission of empowering Newark at large. And clearly we see this with Raz Baraka, literally the way that he made that, such a huge part of his family mission. Of course, for Baraka, then when we think about the many ways in which, as he said over the years, he never leaves Newark. Right? This sense that the local is going to continue to matter, even as Baraka continues to matter nationally and internationally in terms of Black freedom struggles. The main thing I think that I should emphasize as you tell me, say more about why Baraka and Newark might matter, is that it was Baraka's sheer choice. I remember an interview, the first interview I did with him, when he emphasized that after Dutchman, and I think so many young people forget, he was poised to do so many things if he had wanted to go in that other direction after Dutchman, meaning if he wanted to make it all about me, art for art's sake. He told me after Dutchman and all of that acclaim, he said, I decided, you notice he didn't say after the Black Arts Movement, but it's just after Dutchman, I decided that I don't want to actually separate my art from my larger mission as a person who wants to be so tied to community building. So when Baraka Baraka then is talked about as a cultural worker, it makes so much sense, right? That his art in Newark, because the art continues as well. Let's remember, he never stops writing, right? So it was never a decision between the art and the politics or the art and the community building. So I think that what also is important as we think about your emphasis on Newark, what's important to overemphasize with Baraka is that Baraka would surely say, if we can then connect with this mission of making sure that Moca isn't moved, to connect the dots, to not then somehow think that, if we can tackle this one struggle that somehow that's enough, so it makes me think that you'd want to think about Miami at large, and then it doesn't become this insular battle about this particular museum, but so much more, and I think many of the panelists have also emphasized that today.
Okay, Jeffrey.
There's a sort of unstated assumption here that these people who hold power are interested in education and not the perpetuation of power. So I'd just like you to respond to these three quotes. You probably know them. The master's tool will never dismantle the master's house or resort. Of course, my hero James Baldwin. Insofar as you think you're white, you're irrelevant. My other hero, Bob Marley. Then over tired to sing the face. Can't get me onto the race. And finally, Bouled Hula.
There you go. Who wants to engage any of those quotes and the assumptions of his question? They're so powerful that we have to really, and they speak volumes already, right? Yes. Yeah.
Well, I think that I like the Bob Marley one. I relate to all, but I think that the Bob Marley one, they were tired to see me face. That is what this community has to do. To retain, sustain, make sure that this institution thrives, and understand the significance of this in their community, because they have made it. This is theirs, and they have made the art that's, will be coming here, and they are themselves the organic artists of the community.
Mm-hmm. Okay, anybody else?
So that they have to continue.
The lead part of his question was the assumption, there's an implicit assumption, you're saying, that people who have power really care about educating, right?
Yeah.
And I think the way you're framing it is rhetorically to say we should not hold that assumption at all.
Yeah.
Is that my...
I think...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I took that...
Most of you as academics have been, I think, going on this unstated assumption that these people in power are interested in education.
No,
No, okay.
No.
Because the whole idea of reflection that
Satya Mohanty.
you talked about. You're interested in introspection and looking at people looking at you. If you're interested in education, but they are not. They are interested in the perpetuation of power. With the new thing with R is greater than G.
Well, I think that my understanding is that the panel is not assuming that. That's why specifically I went to the economics of the root of that power that is taken as inherently given, or that is taken as deserving, when we understand it as unearned privilege and the exploitation of those who are not there, those who are powerless. So I think that we are actually saying the opposite of that we are not assuming that they are educated or respect any of those kinds of institutions that we are talking about. I think it's really heavily contested. That's what we're presenting.
Okay,
could I just add that, agreeing with you but adding a little twist, they are interested in education, but it's a certain conception of education. And Paulo Freire put it very well. There are two alternative conceptions. One is the idea of education as banking. You come in as an 18-year-old to my college. I tell you which fork is a salad fork, which fork is it's sort of like, learning how to be more cultured, how to be more sort of bourgeois, to move up. And then you get a kind of job where you can treat your kids well, but other people's kids badly and so on, because they don't know how to distinguish between a salad and a dinner fork. Then there's another conception of education, which I think is the traditional conception of education in just about every society we know, which is not the banking model, but there's a power for critical thinking and self-determination that is simply there in every child who is born, and education is about nurturing that. Right? And those are radically opposed to each other. So let's not assume that they don't have a model of education. In fact, colonialism was predicated on the idea of creating a bunch of colonized folk who look like me and you, but serve the interests of the masters. Read Lord Macaulay on creating brown sahibs in India. And that's the model all over, right? But that's not all that different from going to an Ivy League school and learning that you are better than that person over there because you know how to distinguish a salad fork from a dinner fork. And I use that example because it's so crude. I mean, but that's exactly what is done. It's finishing school. And that model of education needs to be recognized, criticized, and resolutely rejected, not in favor of no education, but in favor of a more genuine model of education.
Just yes, you wanted to respond.
Yeah, I would just say your question is really helpful because, look, when I was, I encountered the materialist tradition, and it taught me a number of things. One of them was that institutions are created by the ruling classes to reproduce the class structure. That was brilliant. It made sense. I've never seen much beyond that to be true. So this institution, like all art museums, are specifically created to reproduce the class inequality structure. So if we subvert that, if we take over the space, we're not just taking over this museum, we're threatening that entire system. And that's true if we subvert a university, if we subvert a museum, a theater, any of those spaces, because if we're subverting that colonizing logic of education and we're creating liberation, so if people come into this space and feel empowered to struggle to create equality, then it's a very disruptive thing that we're doing, the one that I think we have to do, right? So I spoke about epistemology. The Audre Lorde quote directly relates to that, and I appreciate it very much. It, for me, is about the impossibility of using oppressive tools and thought structures to liberate yourself, but then the also impossibility of having any other tools left because the world has been scoured of those tools. So if you had an independent culture, the genocidal colonial logic said we need to remove those, the languages, the tools, the techniques. Now, I don't agree that they were completely eradicated. There's survivals and so on. But a lot of times what we're left to do is to reconstitute oppressive categories and tools or spaces and turn them against their original intention. So I don't think it means, therefore, the master's tools need to be abandoned, because the master, quote unquote, the ruling class, is still going to use those tools. I don't think we should just say, go ahead and enjoy them. I think we have to fight for them as well as other tools. So it opens up a very complicated area of how the heck we liberate ourselves in this system.
Keisha, want to say?
Yeah, I'll just add to that, in the context of working with the disruption of the master's tools. When my students went to another museum the other day, they took copies of Assata Shakur's autobiography with them, and so they're walking around in the in the museum with copies of Assata, with pictures of this revolutionary on the cover, and this very proud kind of energy. I could see the students walking with this, this book, and people kept telling them, put it down. Don't you know how to use a museum? You don't carry a book in a museum. You set it down. You're supposed to put yourself in a locker and behave, right, and behave in a particular way. But the whole point was re-inhabit the space. Take the book, sit with the book, sit in front of the art, read the book, have the cover open. People ask you about it. Talk about this woman, talk about this work in this space, because the space belongs to you as well. The idea for them is to be able to do this everywhere and not have to be told to do that, because the space itself tells them to do everything against that. The space itself says, small up yourself, fit in a locker, disappear.
Can I just add very quickly? Can I just also, this was implicit in what everybody was saying. I don't want to give the impression that this is primarily about race, right? If you're a white working class kid, you would be scared walking into a museum. So it's not just race. It's a class thing. That is exactly what we need to be able to do. The only reason I sort of butted in, wanted to answer, because these are wonderful quotes, we should just listen to them and contemplate them, but is that there is a tendency sometimes among young people to say, since that museum, that library, that university is so kind of elitist, it makes me uncomfortable, I'm going to reject universities, I'm going to reject museums, I'm going to reject libraries. And I don't think Audre Lorde was saying that's what we should do. So, you know, I'm saying that, I'm just saying that, and I think that's a self-defeating kind of move. What we need to do is to empower ourselves, and sometimes empower ourselves by doing statistics better than the professor of statistics over there, learning how to analyze media better than the professor who teaches media studies, learning how to analyze art and create conditions in which groups of people talk about art, and sort of deploy art for, you know, discussions of communal issues.
Which is why I included that Haitian Creole.
Yeah, and the Bob Marley. You're right, absolutely.
And also the Bob Marley code, which centers as Rastafari and claims oneness, so that Babylon becomes the other.
Right.
And once you claim your identity and stand up against Babylon as the other.
And from what I gathered, that you didn't say it's race versus class, it's one or the other. But from the original structure of class came from race. That white people in Europe who were the elitists thought of themselves as a separate species from the lower white people, completely different. That's why they were called commoners. You know, I was wondering that because the conflict between how do we define intellectualism, how do we define culture, has always been in the hand of the white elitists. And a lot of people who are not white adopted that. And I was wondering, is it like them creating a multicultural version of Gatsby? They're trying to belong to this group, they're never going to be a part of it. Okay, let's pretend, make him pretend. And then at the end, Gatsby the one that's get killed. Just like if we create a black Gatsby or a Hispanic Gatsby or an Indian Gatsby, then we think, okay, we're going to get in the house.
Absolutely.
And next thing you know, the minute we think we got it, find out.
Okay. One other question there.
I just want to be real quick. I'm glad that Dr. Benjamin invoked the work of Sylvia Winter, and you know, Carol, that I'm obsessed with Sylvia Winter. But this whole notion of humanity is redefining what it means to be human and class and economics and all that, how that fits into it. And art as an expression of humanity, not as an expression of, you know, oppressed people or non-oppressed people or blah, 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 but as an expression of what it means to be human and redefining what it means to be human. And I was really glad to hear you invoke Sylvia Winter's work.
I don't think we'll be able to answer them, but I'm glad that the questions got raised. There's one last one, and then we'll close off.
It's in regards to, my name is Alexandra Banco. I'm the founder of the Haitian Historical Museum and Archive, the best kept secret in North Miami. We have an incredible collection of bronze from Benin, dating from the Middle Age to today, which this exhibit is curated by Baba Sambo. We're very privileged to house it in our museum. I was there yesterday for the documentary, which was a very strong documentary. And my question in regards to what is happening with Moca, in parallel to what happened at the Bounce Foundation. It was not a question of class or color at the Bounce. It was a question of taking this collection and disposing of it. And I want to bring that to this panel and to your attention. You know, whereas in Moca's situation, class and color might play a role, but it's mainly the desire to control this collection, and also the fact that actually this is a museum that has received presidential award. President Barack Obama complimented this museum for the quality of the programming and the after-school programming.
And right after that, they're taking all this, the awards, the collection, and taking it somewhere else, as if it never happened here. And very interesting.
Perfect for the next panel. So we're going to leave that as an open one, and I love the connection. So we will turn it over to you. Thank our panel, please.
I just want to thank our panel. Alright, so welcome back everyone. I'd just like to reintroduce the director of the Museum of Contemporary Art, Dr. Moca.
Prior to coming to Moca, I was the executive director for the Florida Africana Studies Consortium, and we had a tradition that every year we would look at within the community or the academy someone whose work was worthy of our recognition. So we were doing that, we gave it to Professor Houston Baker, Michael Terwell, Manisha Sinha, and a number of very, very prominent scholars. But the Florida Africana Studies Consortium was also built on the premises of academic community. And this year we are very proud to present the 2014 award to someone who really over the past 5 years have developed a publication that today, whether you are in Rome or you are in Cannes, whether you are in London, this publication is now heralded as one of the significant contributions to contemporary art presentation. And it is produced right here in South Florida, right here in Miami. And a lot of people outside of the United States really don't know that. People think that it is produced in London or in Europe. So what we wanted to do, taking that into account, and taking into account the ways in which Irreversible magazine provide a venue to feature artists, local artists of Miami, of Florida, but also of the United States. We thought that the publisher of this magazine is worthy of the 2014 Culture Keeper Award. We call it Culture Keeper. The award is called Culture Keeper because we believe that those who promote culture never die. That long after they leave, their name will be spoken about. Today we heard about Amir Baraka. So my auntie was still dancing. So we wanted to call Mrs. No Blackwood to come. She's the publisher of Irreversible magazine. If you want to know more, copies are available throughout the room. And now we just want to say that through this award, we want to recognize your contribution to the visual art and to providing space for young writers, because this is important to have a publication, international dimension, but still open it to young writers, you know, and graduate students that can now hone their skills at the international level. And for that, we wanted to present you with the 2014 Culture Keeper. And this is the box. And it reads 2014 Culture Keeper Award to Norenitz Blazegovic, publisher Irreversible magazine, for your dedication and innovation in art publication.
art institutions from underrepresentation and misrepresentation. She's a philosopher, art historian, and the current chair of Africana Studies Department, and has taught for over 10 years at State University of New York at Binghamton. Professor introduced first ever courses at Binghamton University, such as the philosophy of racial worship, Hip Hop 1 and Hip Hop 2. Among Dr. Nzebu's areas of expertise are African aesthetics, philosophy, African feminist issues, multicultural studies and arts, and digital publishing. She has managed Arena Arts Africa Gallery in Ottawa, Canada, and has been a producer for a very popular radio program, Voice of Nigeria. She has received numerous major research fellowships and grants. She is the author of Failing Matters, Feminist Concepts in African Philosophy of Culture, and the editor of Contemporary Textures, Multidimensionality in Nigerian Art, and Issues in Contemporary African Art. She is editor-in-chief of IGLE, Art e-Journal of the African World, editor of award-winning publications, West Africa Review, and Genda, a journal of culture and African women's studies, as well as author of numerous articles in academic journals and books. Kiru is one of the executive producers of Nigerian Art Kindred Spirits, the Emmy Award-winning Smithsonian documentary. She often gives talks and workshops on gender issues, art on publishing, and she is on the board of the International Consortium for Alternative Academic Publishing. Thank you so much for sharing this with me.
Thank you, and I'd like to also to begin by thanking everybody for coming, and those who came for the earlier panel for also staying on. Again, we know what we could be doing during a Saturday evening. It's interesting that the introduction began with my having taught hip hop. Interestingly, that was where I was going to begin my talk, which is 2001. I decided that although hip hop emerged in the 1980s, in the 2000s it had generated enough acclaim that we could propose it as a course to be taught. And my rationale for that is those who produce the art form need to theorize and talk about their experiences about this art, as opposed to a case whereby you would have rock being defined through the body movements and the lyrics of songs by the guy in white with the nice Elvis Presley. Okay. Or jazz. Now we're hearing about white jazz, and I'm asking, so what is black jazz? So the whole idea of moving into these areas is to also get the students to take ownership of the cultural production, as opposed to thinking that they are not worthy of theorizing and talking about this art. We pushed it through. Incredibly, the university administration didn't bat an eyelid. 25 students were to register. 2 days after, and my concern was, would we have enough students? And besides, how much of hip hop do I know to teach? Sure enough, within 12 hours, all the 25 slots were filled. Students came barging on my door. We want to get in, and these are Africana students. And my response was, but you should have registered. They said, no. The university has a policy that you register if you have a certain type of GPA. So they give you about 2 weeks to register. So you have the prime of the prime choices of courses to enroll. So that by the time it was open to the general body, all the slots had been taken. So my concern was, this was a class for Africana students. Who the heck are in these slots? Fortunately, I got an ambassador of hip hop, which the Arts America had sent around the world to talk about hip hop. So she was going to co-teach the course with me. We got to the classroom. All the faces were white. Heck, why aren't you guys in Beethoven class or Mozart class? What are you doing here? Oh, but professor, we need to be here. We are hip dance, we need hip hop. I said, what's going on? Meanwhile, at the door, you have this massive body of students still determined they were going to come in. Asian students, black students, Latino students. It was do or die. Eventually, the course had to be opened up to over 50 students so that they could take this course. One thing I took out from it: everybody is searching for a new epistemological paradigm. We all think that the dominant epistemological paradigm that talks about us or sets the parameters for theorizing, for creativity, or for musical composition is the sole and exclusive paradigm. That's a myth. Even those that we would tend to stereotype and think that they are part of the system, even their kids terrify them, because their kids, and I'm talking of even the privileged whites, are the ones most in need, searching desperately for a different paradigm that speaks to them, that makes meaning of their lives, and even of their alienation, in the sense that every single person, every single child has their own angst. So that was what I took out from that. Fast forward to 2014. I was recounting to my students a couple of months ago that, I taught one of the first classes in hip hop in the US Academy. And so my students said, when? Are you going to teach it again? I said, I taught it in 2001. Oh, but I was in the 3rd grade. My response was, where did the time go? And so, again, it was an issue of history. That sometimes we need to begin to look at the relevance of history. Sometimes we think everybody's walking with us on this journey in life, and that we all are at the same stage in terms of what we know, and that we all have the same body of knowledge, and all we need to do is to turn around and start conversing. No. So where I keep referencing or making allusions to historical incidences, and my students have this blank expression, I suddenly realized that now I have to move from whatever it is I am teaching them to teach history. So today I'm going to take you on a historical journey to the earliest 20th century. And I'm doing that because I want to look at the roots of contemporary art. And contemporary art, its roots is in modernism. And the roots of modernism collapses into African art. Even though a lot of Eurocentric revisionist historians will tell you, oh, no, Africa has nothing to do with modernism. But I'm not going to look at whatever the artist says. This is a historical fact, and I'm not here to contest it. What I want to do is briefly recount what went on during that period, and then pull back to look at what it is that happened and what it is that got left out. In the context, you had an epistemological paradigm which reinforces materialism and the physical, visible world as the basis of art creativity. And for over 25, 26 centuries, Europe has been producing art on the basis of naturalism, realism. What you see is what you paint. The natural stories of the world. You can embroider the stories. You can use different types of classifications, classical, neoclassical, Baroque, all terminologies, they all collapse into how do you paint the natural world as it is. Here comes African art. It defies all logic. It rejects the principles of nature. It, in fact, reposes on the artist the right to recreate the forms, to become, as it were, gods of creation. And so the forms that were produced had nothing to do with the visible, physical world. But the relevance of these short stories of this encounter is to say that while Europe had its epistemological backdrop to make meaning of the theory of naturalism, which is based on perception, and the theory of representation, you represent what you see, the African framework is much more expansive. And part of its expansive nature is that it pushes beyond the invisible dimension of life, of the world. So there's the visible and the invisible, and the two are one. 20th century was all materialism, visible world. What you don't see doesn't exist. Never mind what physics says, okay, or what the scientist says. Within the art world, you see and you are trained to be a diligent reproducer of the forms in life. African art, but of the type that many people came in contact with, told you, put the world aside. Nature has done its work. The question is, what do you have to bring to create new forms? But there's a dimension that occurs when the philosophical ontology grounds African art and grounds its abstraction of forms on the material. The invisible that they talk about, which sometimes they may say spirit, but is the invisible gets left out of the picture. And what the invisible says and the impact it has on the conception of art is that you treat the objects or the forms, the solid forms, or the dead objects like the wood, as still containing life, energy, but energy of a different quality. And so when you create, there is a two dynamic process. You are looking at the work, you are trying to bring out of that solid stone or solid wood the image or the form that resides in it. So, which puts you in a different space, or you shape it in terms of what you want it to be. But there's a two-element thing going on here. After the creation, you have to give life to the work. You have to bring it into the circle and the cycle of life. You have to name it. You have to activate it. You have to set it in motion. It tells us there's a purpose to art. And the purpose to art is beyond simple beautification. It could be beautiful, it's fine. But it could be ugly. That may be the intent of the creator. Intense ugliness is an aesthetic principle. So you want this object to, you now need to send it out into the world. So there's this duality. It's a duality, but it's not an oppositional duality. So you're looking at the work like you're looking at the human mold. The human body is a mold. There's a life force in you that animates you and makes you work and think. The object you create, the ikenga you create, the ibeji you create is a mold. But inside that mold is the life that you have to repose into it through activation of the forces. So there is an element that you also manipulate the invisible world to have an effect on the visible world. That dimension was dropped out because the early 20th century artists who were creating had no clue about this ontology. And so since then, the main theorists of art throughout the epoch, from Clive Bell, Roger Fry, Clement Greenberg, Alfred Barr, everybody talks and limits their discussion to the physical realm. Now, what does this have to do with Moca? Two things that could happen, conceptually. You could say that this is a chance for Moca to explore that dimension that was left out and to see where we would go with it. Early 20th century had no clue because they didn't have African artists teaching them. So they did the most that they could do. Moca now, and we are at a stage in life where we have people who are theorizing about that. So if Moca is going to push the notion of contemporary art and then take the basis of modernism out, expand it, fortify it, to incorporate what it should have had at the earlier 20th century, what kind of art would Moca be producing to lead the world today? That's the question. And what is irrelevant? Why Moca at this particular historical juncture? Not that. Geography is important, but there's something peculiar and special about the city of North Miami. It's a melting pot, an international melting pot. And we have to keep the global framework in place. We don't need to limit it to the US. Because when you're talking about contemporary art, and when you're talking about shaping the world, you have to go beyond the US borders. And you have to go beyond the established canons of the US museums. They don't have it. They don't know what next to do. In North Miami, you have people who were warriors, and here I am shifting to the African paradigm where you use the invisible as well as the invisible as the basis for theorization, as opposed to limiting our theorization to the visible world. I'm going to expand it. Those who came as part of the cross-Atlantic stage, the paradigm that has been in place, the Western paradigm of analysis, which governs in the academy, talks about slavery, they're slaves, they suffered, and there were all kinds of things were talked about them. You move to a different framework. What you are going to see, and part of the analysis, is that those who came were fortified, not by their societies, but pre their birth, for the journey that they were going to do. So for them to be able to go through the horrors of hell, come out, still be vibrant, and still be creating, where the people who used to be here were, as Bessie Jensen was telling us today, over 100 million exterminated, part of the Holocaust. So they brought in another group who could have been exterminated, but we know what the African bees do when they come to North America. They chase you for 5 miles and sting you to death. This is just to say, this is just to say that the dynamism that is coming, we see it as a closing of the circle. Humanity began in Africa. The movement out of Africa began through what in the past they will call Mizraim. I don't want to call it Middle East because it's not middle of any place. They left through the land corridors. They went into Europe. They found out. They went into Asia, and they crossed the Bering Straits, came down through the corridors of the Rockies, all the way to South America. It took eons of time for that to happen. Anthropologists, geologists are not talking about it. But that circle, the period of departure, means that part of what they left with them have, over time, transformed, changed, watered down because of the experiences. The short movement, which of course, in labor history, we'll talk about it in terms of labor and the need for workers to work in the slave plantation. But from the paradigm where I am located, the paradigm of vitality of life, of looking for larger meanings within human existence, it was part of the closing of that circle. Those who were moved in large bodies over to North America to reunite, as it were, with those who had left earlier. The city of North Miami becomes a receptacle for people from South America, Caribbeans, Europeans, Southern United States, all converging here. I looked at the population demographics. 58.3 blacks, 25% Hispanic, 13% white, and then it breaks down to smaller categories. What is significant about these people who are coming back to this space, particularly from the Caribbean, Central and South America, is that within the Hispanic world, so to speak, there is a black granny in everybody's closet. So essentially, they are Africans, okay? But more importantly, even those who look white, when you look at them closely, if you know what to look, you will find things that they use to mark themselves for who they are. Because many of them came with religions. Santeria, Lukumi, Candomblé, Voodoo, Obia, Pukimina. Everything came back to this particular space. And everything is jockeying for power and assertiveness. So when you look at the Luas, the Orishas, and when we go to the roots of Christianity and take out Charleston Heston from the picture, okay, you will find that many of the forms that are constituted as part of the religion embodies the people who are here. So North Miami and Moca, moving into this dimension and looking for art that speaks both at the visible and invisible level, will be responding to their own constituencies. So it's not anything alien. In fact, the city of North Miami is strategically placed to push that notion of what art could be if it moved out of that dimension, of the limited physicalist dimension. How would it work? How would you evaluate? How would you see? I don't know, but I'm going to be rounding up so that my other guests could speak. And I'm doing this because I'm a moderator and also a presenter. Let me summarize with a class I taught. More to talk about what does it mean if you are looking at the invisible side and you are talking and looking for art that has the invisible side. What kind of art would people be creating? How would you even test it? How would you even know? What would be the purpose of this art? Because in this particular paradigm, the art addresses the visual, but it also addresses the internal, both of the creator and of the community it creates. So I taught a course in Santeria art. And I told my students, pay attention to colors. Don't put black with Shango or green. You better learn the colors of the Orishas and abide by that. What you choose to do, how you choose to do it, is entirely up to you. So the students broke up, and then they created their works. But what they had to do is they have to talk about their works, and actually 2 of them who paid attention put their work into the cycle of life. The first one did Shango, went to New York City, got all top quality silks, lace, beautiful colors, and created an altar. So the class comes to his space, and he is a white American, not from the affluent class. He's also gay. So in the process, he explains everything, told us he was now going to do the rite of initiation, not rite of activation. So he did the rite of activation. Lo and behold, what happened? The entire light of the building went off. The only light that was on was the light of the candles that we had lit for his altar and for the other altars that we had done. The other student was in a quandary, a crossroads in his life. He didn't know where to go. To all appearances, he looks white, but he's also Latino. So he created an altar, one to Eshu, and the other to Shango. 2 weeks later, he shows up in my office. Professor, I've resolved the conflict. Now I know what I'm going to be doing. The third one, white American, activist, progressive, created his own altar. In the middle of the night, his wife, who's a Filipino, woke him up. Patrick, why the heck did you put that light on? Don't you know it's likely to catch fire? Something may happen. He said, I didn't put any candle on. He said, but the candle is on. It was the candle that he brought back from the exhibition that he had kept on the table, put it off, gone to bed. They woke up, the candle was there. Power of the spirit, power of the invisible, but it speaks to possibilities that is within us. And even as science begins to talk about the interconnectedness of life, of energy, of forces, of stone, and how we need to look after our own environment, we have a framework that tells us it's possible, how it can be done, and how we can actually activate and facilitate and hasten the process. Thank you. So with that note, it's a pleasure to really introduce Michelle Grant Murray, who is the coordinator of dance at Miami-Dade College Kendall campus, and she's a choreographer and artistic director of Olujimi Dance Theater. And of course, I was told to mention it, a mentee of Carol Boyce Davis. Her work as dance artist is thought-provoking, intellectual, organic, and intriguing. She's constantly exploring the mystical journeys of life, and in the various roles, she experiences it as an African-American female, mother, wife, artist, friend, educator, and humanitarian, which are all the cornerstones of her experiences. As a dance artist, she utilizes the progression of life as a template to create works of art that are vibrant, versatile, energizing, passionate, and sensual. She is inspired by the experiences of the circle of life and in understanding life, death, and the in-betweenness of life and on the other. The purposes of her choreography is to tell a story that ignites and convicts an emotional and kinetic response that requires immediate and lasting action. Without further ado, I'd like Michelle to give your presentation.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Good. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Boyce Davies. And to Babacar, thank you very much. And I'm very pleased and honored to be here. It's really interesting that we're talking about hip-hop. I'm still immersed in the cipher from the week with Rennie Harris at Miami-Dade College. It was an incredible experience. And for those of you who don't know who Dr. Harris, does everyone know who Dr. Rennie Harris is? No. Well, he's the reason, he is one of the primary reasons that we can teach hip-hop in all of the various institutions that we have in the United States of America and abroad. So I was with him for the entire week, and it was an incredible experience, and I'm very honored to be here and bring that energy with me. I learned so much from that. I live here in Miami, and so today I'm going to be talking about basically reflecting on what it is to be an artist here. I'm challenged by the being of an artist here in Miami. And as an artist, a dancer, a choreographer, a scholar, and an educator, I am an insider, outside, an insider living on the outside, an outsider living on the inside of Miami. And that's a major challenge. I am constantly examining this idea and this notion of globalization, diversity, vision, underserved as a resident, consumer, and organic, visceral, rooted being in Miami. Those are words. I am not borrowing the space. I am claiming and owning this space. The play of words of empathy, equality, and equity challenge me. They are there just to suit the ego and practice, and they are angering me. As a person that writes and embodies stories on the moving body, I am disheartened at times. You see, the body does not lie. You can fix your lips and adjust your tone, but your body has its own language, and I can see that. The truth will always prevail. Where are the Black people is quite often the question that I get from most artists that visit Miami. Well, I'm not really sure sometimes where we are because we are marginalized and pushed aside. I'm called constantly, can you please go out and find the Black audience? And that's usually the only time I'm called. I'm marginalized, our work here is marginalized, it's dissected, it's disappropriated, it's deconstructed to be everything but Black. Each day I'm asked, where are you from? And who is your husband? Is he Black, white, or other? I'm married to a Black man, yes, an American Black man. As an artist, I am asked to remove the theoretical concept, the cultural relevance, the philosophical context, the religious context, the historical context from every proposal that I put out. With that epidural in my spine, what is left? My dance, my physical body has no story to tell. And yes, I am here, still I am here speaking to the idea that my body carries the history, the present, and the future of my people. We will not be vanished. As a Black woman and a mother and an educator and a scholar, I'm encouraged by the challenges of my inner space as a Black woman. A quick story that I want to share with you of how this exists, and this is a true story, and it happened about 1.5 years ago. And it's about Dr. Abrams' brother. About 1.5 years ago, he was here in Miami, and he is one of the most prominent artists in the world, one of the most prominent choreographers in the world of dance, in our world. He's received enormous awards. It's incredible. And the so-called gatekeepers made a decision to cancel his final performance, thinking that there would be not enough ticket sales. And as an educator, I was incredibly disappointed because he spent 2 days with our students, and they had spent their hard-earned money and purchased tickets to be there, and you know, they didn't even get a refund. So what do you say to that as a Black artist? And this is something that has continually happened with artists here in Miami, artists of color that are coming here to Miami to practice and to give and to serve our communities. What are we doing? Where are we?
Our next speaker is Riddell Hearn. She's an independent museum professional with close to 20 years of experience in the field, including 10 years of teaching museum studies to graduate students. Her museum career began in the Museum Studies graduate program at Syracuse University, during which time she curated an exhibition for the Smithsonian Institution titled Cartoons, Caricatures, and Comics. As museum curator for the California African American Museum, she was responsible for the traveling exhibition Half Past Autumn, The Art of Gordon Parks. She then became the founding director of the Master of Arts in Museum Studies program for Southern University at New Orleans, the first and only museum studies program in the state of Louisiana. Dr. Hearn earned a Master of Arts in Museum Studies, a Master of Philosophy, and a doctorate in humanities from Syracuse University. Please welcome Riddell.
Thank you. Thank you. As with everyone else, I appreciate you being here, and I'm excited to be here. I will start off by saying that I'm a museologist. And it's interesting because it took me a long time to actually embrace that, because in the field that I come from, the museum profession, there's a resistance for people who think about museums. And so I was a curator by trade, and so that's the term that I used. But it's interesting because people would ask, well, what do you do? And I would, you know, for 10 people that asked, I probably had 10 different ways to explain that. But as a museologist, I can tell you, I think about museums, I write about museums, I teach about museums, I talk about museums. So it's all things museum. And so I would like to leave a decent amount of time for dialogue, because I can imagine that there might be some questions that I could answer with the background that I have. But I want to tie some things together. And I want to start with the first panel. And I'm fascinated with this concept of 6-word stories and 6-word biographies. And for my students, I have them introduce themselves in 6 words. And so in the panel of 6, I took a word from what each person said in addition to the other, you know, wonderful things that were shared. And so I'll just say the word. You may be able to connect it to who you are, but I know who said them. So the first panel, I was left with movement, money, marginalization, transmission, and conversation. And so far in this panel, the unknown and being. And so it's important to make those kinds of links in a conversation that's fluid, because it's that idea about if you don't know where you're from or you don't know what's happened before, it's difficult and it's more challenging where you are and where to move forward. And in the museum field, we are really leading from behind, because what's happening in the field today in terms of community grew out of the Black Museum movement in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, which was aligned with the civil rights movement. And the civil rights movement was a broad movement. It was not a singular individualized movement. And so sitting and listening to what's been said in the conversation and talking about museums and having to really listen, it strengthens those points for me, and it's even clearer that the connections that have happened have just not been discussed. And so that's what this is about when you talk about community involvement and being aware and talking about education, not just as a buzzword or some way to intimidate somebody, but really being educated by way of sharing information and being honest and open about that information. I enjoy being a museologist because while I may curate an exhibition or while I may work with a different museum or different subject matter, there's a variety of things that I do. And I never want it to be, well, I was very conscious of my profession and my career path because I knew that as a Black woman, if I were to buy in to the notion of I'm going to be Western focused and I'm going to use that language and I'll just join the ranks, that regardless of what I did, I would be a token. If I studied and focused particularly on African American museums, then I would be a Black museum professional. So I was very strategic about becoming a museum professional and then being able to do those things and focus on those things that I choose to focus on and that I want to do. So with that, I work with the American Alliance of Museums, the Institute of Museum and Library Services. I sit on the board of directors for the Association of African American Museums. And so having that perspective and seeing what's happening across the board, the National Endowment for the Humanities, just a variety of things, it's not as easy to pigeonhole. And so the conversation for me is who's at the table, and it's what you bring to the table that's so important. So with that, I'm going to share a few things and then have some conversation or some dialogue behind that. Well, I finished up my academic career at Syracuse University. I earned all of my degrees, all 4 of them, at Syracuse University. But I'm from Southern California, I'm from Los Angeles. And so I actually started out at UCLA as a 17-year-old freshman. Did not last, it wasn't, not even to say a semester, it was a matter of weeks. Because while there was that achievement that I felt there was also a sense of just being afloat in a place that it was familiar, but it was just uncomfortable. So I went to Long Beach State. I joined a brother and a sister at Long Beach State. So as a freshman, I took my first African American Studies course. And my professor, Dr. Maulana Karenga, said something that carried me throughout my academic career, my professional career, and my life. And he said that whenever you are learning, when you're in a learning environment, and you're in academics, you take 2 sets of notes, one to get by and one to get away. And that takeaway is what allowed me to keep my sanity, to keep my humanity, to keep my dignity, and move forward through the process that I move forward, and to still be able to, because when you talk about marginalization, when you talk about being ignored, when you talk about being visible, those things are still very painful. That's not something that you can, and I've tried to be academic with it. I've tried to go in as a museum professional. And I can tell you, just recently, I did an assessment for a museum, the Jim Crow Museum of Racist Memorabilia on the campus in Western Michigan. And when I went in and I did the initial tour with the staff, I was very, I was on point because I was coming in for their assessment because they want to move into a different realm of functioning as a museum. And so I was there on behalf of the American Alliance of Museums. there were certain parts of the exhibition, certain parts of the museum that I said, I will be back for this. Let's just, okay, I got that note, but I will be back because I had to come back and experience that by myself. Because for those parts where I needed to be the museum professional, I had to separate that from the person that is Black, not by default. I'm Black by culture. I'm not Black in anti-white. I'm just proud of who I am, and I know who I am. You know, so it's that sense about that duality, about having to balance things out. So there's another quote that Dr. Karenga used to say, and I think that it just ties so much into what we've been talking about here today. And it's a combination of two people that he quoted together, and that was Paul Robeson from 1937 and Emile Cabral from 1965. Every artist, every scientist must decide now where he stands. There is no standing above the conflict on Olympian heights. The battlefield is everywhere. There's no sheltered rear. Therefore, tell no lies, mask no difficulties, mistakes or failures, and claim no easy victories. And so within the museum field, there are things in place, there are mechanisms in place that will allow the community to engage the museum, and the museums operate out of public trust, you know, they're public trusts. So it's not that you don't have access to be involved, it's not that you don't have a platform to question on, and really it's not that the museums are not going to be able to engage communities, because that's why they exist. The conflict or the problem comes with, if you acknowledge where that comes from, community involvement in museums, then you're recognizing something that is outside of your purview for the most part for standard museum operation and function. And what that is that this notion of the community being involved, the museum working for the community, the museum communicating and being transparent with the community, that comes out of the 1960s when there were the first actually museum in Anacostia, which was developed by the Smithsonian, but the intent was to be able to have a museum about African American history but not have it too close to the Smithsonian, so it was done in a neighborhood. So the notion of community in museums comes from a neighborhood museum that was established in 1967. And so we've come full circle in the museum field, although we don't talk about it, about where this concept of community comes from. So it's one thing to say, this is great, we work, you know, museums are for the community, they provide for the community, but then you don't really know what that looks like, because you've not done that, you've not operated in that sense. It's the same way we treat education in the museum. Education is a buzzword. Museums are about education. But museums don't have an academic, intellectual discourse and conversation about museums. I mean, the conversation that happened with that first panel, my mind was spinning, because there were so many things that were coming up for me and so many things that were happening about the questions that were being raised, and this discussion about a field that doesn't have that kind of conversation. I wrote my dissertation on, and we'd like to talk about museums as being practice. And I was always fascinated by this marriage of practice and theory. And so my dissertation it's from practice to theory, because it's, okay, we know what we do in practice, but somebody needs to talk about it. And one of the reasons why there's such a strong resistance and a pushback about talking about it is because when you talk about it, you have to actually do some of the things that you profess are why you exist. I'm going to give you a couple of things to think about, and then I will wrap with what I'm saying. But this idea about what museums should be doing, how they should be engaging, it's not something that's foreign, but I think that it should happen by not trying to reinvent the wheel. By looking at those ways, by educating ourselves about the roles of museums, particularly those in your community or those that are supposed to support you, and looking at how they operate, why they operate, and then being able to have that knowledge and information to express what it is that you want that museum to do for your community. You should start, and there's already acknowledgement that museums have not progressed at the pace of the deterritorialized world, and in many cases are holdouts of an era and a notion gone by, yet protected behind the hollowed walls of culture. An understanding of the pedagogic power and potential of museums assumes a new urgency in a multicultural society, where questions of meaning, the character of interpretation, and the significance of the past become increased importance. Another primary issue is the precise definition of the public trust given to museums. The cultural context within which museums operate continues to change. And so America changes as well. It's radically democratic. America is a radically democratic, and no one imagined 100 years ago that we would be having the cultural conversations that we're having, especially on the steps of museums. The concept of ultimate authority and top-down decision-making is called into question and frequently disputed with considerable skill. Yet many of us who work in museums persist in the idea that we, together with academic colleagues, can unilaterally define good art, decide what constitutes historical significance, and promote science and technology without caveats, because we are professionals. Our habit is to exercise exclusive authority over all our subject matter. So if there's one single thing that museums should pursue in the first half of the 21st century is to stop acknowledging that they have a future. Museums have no future because they can no longer sustain an historical conception of the future. They can only sustain a historical conception of restlessness. And what this means is that museums are no longer in a situation to assert what they understand by the time, what they understand, and that no one can no longer think of the future the way art historians and museum curators formerly thought of the future in the 19th century. And so going back to the idea about what's happening in North Miami and why North Miami, this is a prime time to look at, as museums are actually having to come to terms with their roles of what's happening with their communities. It's a prime opportunity to look at what they profess to do. I should not say they, what we profess to do, and how we are able to relate that to our concepts of history, of future, of time, of culture, of contribution. And one other thing that I would like for you to think about is this: when you talk about the notion of marginalization and them and other, museums are broken down. There's two ways to describe museum. There's mainstream and there's other. And so museums are able to do what they do in terms of marginalizing people on their programs, but they're not able to do it for funding and resources, because that underrepresented group or that marginalized group, or the code words that go along with the other, are the things that allow them to receive the funding and to be parts of the community that they are. So the way to activate the community and the way to become involved is to learn the language. There's that saying, don't hate the player, hate the game. Well, you don't need to hate the player or the game. Understand the rules of the game. And once you understand the rules of the game, you'll either decide if you want to be a part of that game, if you want to participate in that game, or if you want to go start your own game. Because you have the information, you have the tools, and you have the resources to be able to do that. Thank you.
Alfredo Tripp is professor of philosophy at Miami-Dade College, Wolfson, and lecturer in art history at the University of Miami. He has written about art and culture for the Miami New Times, El Nuevo Herald, and numerous magazines. He has published over more than 150 contributions, as well as numerous books of essays. In 2007, his Miami Art Explosion 2006 was published by Thompson. He blogs for Miami Bourbaki.
Thank you.
Well, I'm honored to be here with all of you. Thank you. I want to thank Babacar for inviting me and my distinguished colleagues. I've enjoyed their presentations very much. I'm trying to tie the subject I'm addressing tonight is, I think, also pertaining to certain words that have been treated by my colleagues. Rights, equality, diversity, class, inside, outside, marginalization. And I think that, yeah, I mean, this topic has sort of different rays, right, touching this subjects. I'm addressing the Máximo Caminero Weiwei controversy that happened in February at PAM Museum, an important museum, an important Miami museum with a new building. So this is what I want to talk about today. I mean, it concerns a theater piece in one act with two actors, one Chinese, and China was the periphery in the 20th, throughout the 20th century, and now it's the center. And the Dominican Republic, well, still periphery. So I'm going to read very briefly some things. I published this in 2 installments, 2 different posts. The news exploded with this article by Nick Madigan from the New York Times when he publishes this in his column, "A valuable vase by the Chinese dissident artist Ai Weiwei had been deliberately destroyed by a visitor in what appeared to be an act of protest." Now, who was the culprit? It was this guy, Máximo Caminero. He's a Dominican, he's a local Miami artist. And he declared his reasons for doing this, right? And I think we should consider it in 3 steps. He says it was a spontaneous act. It was at PAM. He saw Weiwei photos behind the vases, dropping a vase, and he thought it was a provocation, and he did it. So in a certain sense, he was copying Weiwei's action. And finally, he said, and this is the 3rd reason, I'm doing this for all local artists in Miami that don't have representation in museums here. There's 3 different reasons. Well, since Caminero's not a criminal, I think we should take his reasons as well as Weiwei's. And what are Weiwei's reasons for smashing the urn that appears, of course, in photographs? The way you do it is you document the performance with photographs. Well, this is interesting because Weiwei has a book called Weiweisms, where he declared, I think that by shattering it, meaning the vase, the ancient urn, we can create a new form, a new way to look at what is valuable, and we decide what is valuable. So here we have a very interesting act that, of course, is iconoclastic. And by iconoclasm, we are talking about the destruction of cultural values. So in this sense, I want to call this principle the Weiwei performativity principle. And I want to call it that way because in the end, if we want to accept the bad boy that Weiwei is, it is because he is a vandal. What do I mean by this? What is his justification for smashing the vase? He's destroying it because he wants to. No. He's destroying it because he paid for it. This is how it comes across. So in the end, we have a discussion, a very interesting discussion about private property, vandalism, and cultural heritage. So the problem here is the Weiwei performativity principle is going to bite its own tail. Said otherwise, Caminero does not have the right to do what Weiwei did. And the reason he doesn't have to break Weiwei's vase, we learned later that, of course, the vase was not $1 million. We learned that probably the vase was probably $15,000, probably less. And the vase was not even an antique. We learned this later. So keep in mind that for Weiwei to do what he did, he has to be a vandal. In other words, bad boy, vandal, Weiwei, did what he did. And the reason he's legitimized for doing what he did is because he paid for the vase. So here we have an issue of private property over an issue of cultural heritage. Now, is Caminero's action justifiable politically and morally? And this is a very interesting discussion. What I did is I took a very important performance artist's word for it, and this is Marina Abramovic. Marina Abramovic, in a interview with me, discussed a criteria for a performance. And her criteria was that a performance should have three moments: open context, compelling reason. What is the open context? Well, Caminero did this in front of everybody, right? He broke Weiwei's vase in front of everybody. Calmly, deliberately, he proceeded to let, the vase fall in the same way Weiwei did it. Compelling reason. Caminero's performance, protest, act, whatever you want to call it, was meant to call attention of a persisting problem in the art establishment. And so what happens is that in the first weeks after this event, everybody is picking up on this news. Newspapers, critics, artists, many different comments, many different views. So what we got generally was this, it's a two-pronged discussion. Is an act of vandalism, because Caminero did not pay for the vase. It's the property of course, of Weiwei, and you don't do this in museums, of course. And secondly, the issue of cultural heritage. So what I want to do now is I want to concentrate on what important critics wrote about this incident. And for instance, on March 8, Jonathan Jones from The Guardian published the following article: "Who is the vandal, Weiwei or the man who smashed his Han urn?" So it's here the first time that a critic is saying that probably the vandal is not Caminero. He's questioning the possibility that Weiwei is also a vandal. And then he says, accidentally, Caminero has punched a massive hole in the logic of contemporary art. Now, what is this logic? That in spite of this time's market adjudication, performance art needs a minimum of conceptual consistency. And the consistency is this: if Weiwei, being the bad boy that he is, very famous, the dissident artist, can break an ancient urn on the appeal of the Weiwei principle, which, remember, the principle is I break this because I want to, and by breaking it, I am giving it a new value. But this is, of course, denied to Caminero, because what? Caminero did not buy the vase. But wait a minute, what does it mean to own property? So it's interesting, because if you look at an author such as John Locke, which in the Treatise of Government, in paragraph 26, goes on to talk about the fact that you own something provided that you don't hurt the commons. And this is coming from 18th, 17th century, 18th century discourse on private property. And this is amazing, because basically what Locke would say is, Is the urn ancient? Is the urn then something that could, at least we could make the argument, that belongs to the, to the people of China? Now this, of course, this completely went unnoticed when people are talking about private property. The commonsensical, which is more market-driven, economic-driven, is the idea that if you pay for it, you own it. So, I started, searching for the different opinions of people. And again, it falls into these two camps. Camineros, the vandal, because of course he did not own the vase. Weiwei is not a vandal because Weiwei paid for it. But little by little, Weiwei started getting some heat from critics, artists, curators. Does ownership settle its shattering because Weiwei paid for it? To whom? Are we to disregard the history of the artifact, the artisans who made it? What if the urns were stolen or even arbitrarily undersold, unjustly appropriated? I mean, this, within the feudal exploitative relation of production in ancient China, this is precisely the point. Could one not surmise that even if owned by Weiwei, the Chinese people have a right to the vase, the urn's integrity? So Locke probably would interject from the 17th century, say, yeah, this is owned by all, not by Weiwei's. So in the end, I think we are left with cultural considerations and with property rights. And so what I want to do is I want to explode the two to finish. Are we to say that the Taliban had absolute right to destroy the ancient Buddhas because they ran the country? Are we to say that Robert Rauschenberg will be arrested for erasing the Kuning, as he did? We are not saying here that cultural considerations override property rights. That is a different argument. What we are saying is that we should problematize the assumptions made by a museum, the PAM, and some people in the media, and many Miami artists, and artists in general, and personality that rushed to present Caminero's performance as an act of vandalism, and at the same time, guard Weiwei's bad boy antics as proper. So in one sense, you're ignoring selectively that performance art is malleable, repeatable, and politically and morally should be politically and morally symmetric. So I want to leave this thought here floating, like my previous colleague did. What the Weiwei Caminero teaches, that the incident teaches us, is that no artist has the right to his or her own performativity principle, that he or she could refuse others on similar grounds. Because if rights make sense, they cannot be selectively adjudicated. Thank you.
Our last panelist today is Jorge Luis Gutierrez. He's a dynamic visual arts institutions manager and curator with extensive experience running museums, collections, art organizations, and college art galleries in the Americas. He received his training in architecture from the Central University of Venezuela, and he has a master's and doctoral studies in visual arts management and museum studies at New York University. Among others, Jorge has been director of cultural affairs of the National Library of Venezuela, director of the National Museum of Visual Arts in Venezuela, and former director and chief curator of the Miami-Dade College Art Gallery System and the Freedom Tower Museum, Miami. He has contributed to promote an open, multifaceted view on Latin America and Caribbean art, and has been instrumental in the production and curatorship of key iconic modern and contemporary art exhibitions throughout the Americas. He's also the curator of the upcoming Borderless Caribbean show, which is part of the Art Basel 2014 program.
Thank you, Babacar Embo, and all those who have made possible this wonderful symposium. I'm overwhelmed by the magnificent previous panelists on the first track and on the second track, scholars and social scientists. And my presentation is from the perspective of a museologist, which I thought I was the only one, but Riddell is here, and obviously affected by the dynamics of museums in Miami. So one thing is how we envision ourselves and how we are perceived from the outside, and that is critical in this discussion about Moca and museums in Miami. The discussion about identity, politics, hybridity, peripheral interconnections, and diversity might mean a dead theme with inconsequential meanings in art centers like New York, Chicago, London, Paris, and even Berlin. The trending topics are linked to a fascination of places in Far East like China, and that includes Ai Weiwei as a product, or India or the Middle East like Dubai or Qatar, where the pragmatic sense of smell of new markets for the arts turns the eyes and efforts of the Western art establishment. I have a simpler approach to the conflict between Ai Weiwei and Caminero. Ai Weiwei represents the most precious art market today, and Caminero is a Caribbean artist. No market value. And that's the difference. And about Moca, Miami, in its museums, there is an essential question of what's going on, not only what happened with Caminero at PAM, where there were discussions in the Hirshhorn in Washington, at the School of Visual Arts in New York, and in many places, but in Miami, there was no discussion. The question is, do we want that our museums become the third wheel of New York or London or Paris? Or we want these institutions to provide the intellectual context to Miami artists in a network relation of global relations in a symmetric pattern? And the discussion is not about styles in museum. It's about coherent narratives of the relevant discourse of contemporaneity in context with Miami and its multicultural communities. I spent part of my life in Tulsa, Oklahoma as a kid, Chicago, New York, Caracas, Rio, Miami. And when I'm in Miami, I still don't know where I am. I don't know what continent this is. And it's very clear. It's one of the most complex experiments in America, contemporary America, of the merge of different cultures coming from everywhere. And that's not easy to digest, especially with museums who come with the tradition of the Napoleonic institution of museums about the empire collecting the treasures of the colonies. So what is the model of the museum here? And that is the discussion. And I have to be very clear. Moca and Bonnie Clearwater have done a magnificent job. But the discussion is not about how it's been done, but about the dramatic conflict that embraces Moca in the middle of museological exercises that are out of context. It's about the narrative of the museum space and its changing meanings and representations of a culture of constant changes like Miami. It's about Miami artists and its communities and the museum as a facilitator on that communion of ideological, intellectual, and creative perspectives. And I'm very concerned when I'm in Miami about certain phrases that come out, like, but we have Art Basel. Yes, but you should see how Miami was 10 years ago. The opening was fabulous, but I didn't have a chance to look at the artwork. Oh, I curated the dinner. The idea of curator. All these belong to stereotypes of museum models that do not belong to Miami. Next image, please. And I will take a phrase from Roy MacLeod, Professor Emeritus of Modern History at the University of Sydney, which says, far from their idealized image as institutional constants, innocently engaged in the collection, conservation, classification, and displays of objects, most important museums, whether of art, history, anthropology, or natural history, are in a state of change in management, in motivation, and in their capacities to attract visitors, engage attention, and mediate between what objects say and what visitors expect to hear. And this is another component that I think is essential in Moca. It's not the imposition of models of how a curator looks, but how the community, through its curators, expect to look at what its context culture. Art is about life. Contemporary art is about life. Museums are facilitators in their communion between artist and audience, like I said before. Next, please. And here we come to another component. The study of Miami as a Caribbean global city. And that's what we are, I believe. And its Caribbean context for the Western art establishment, institutionalism, and the intelligentsia, including curators, art historians, collectors, dealers, and audiences, acts under a vision of pre-endorsed art world players, with a preview of the art that emerges within a context that moves in geographies observed as a haven of tourist fashion, next to an impaired editing of political discrepancies, cultural inquiry, social discord, and economic contrast. We're not different than the rest of the Caribbean. Art Basel is here because this is a wonderful tropical touristical venue. And the statistics show it. Local art has no relevance during Art Basel. We do believe it. We go to all the parties, have fun, meet people. But beyond that, after that week, we feel very depressed. And when I talk about political discrepancies, cultural inquiry, social discourse, and economic contrast, I want to be very clear. This is based on the statistics. Miami is the second city with the most amount of capital in its banks after New York. But we're among the 5 most poorest cities in the United States. How does this link? What's the role of the museum in this? Are the museum facilitators of that money that is in the banks, or is really an educational construct for those communities that don't have access to the possibilities of a better life? So I think, and Art Basel is welcome. It has put us on the map. It brings a lot of people. It provides hotels, restaurants, and parties, agencies a good revenue. But I think the discussion goes beyond, and it starts in Moca with Babacar Embo. It's about the museum. It's about the museum as an art lab. And it's about another model in which Babacar is also involved, which is the model of the biennial triennial, where the urban grid is the gallery and a network of local expressions from different venues. I think that the discussion here is the museum as an educator and the city as a territory for artistic experiences for everyone. And that's why biennials and triennials around the world have been very successful, because it's the format that goes beyond the museum and is highly effective to bring people to art. Next, please. And I want to go through some numbers. The top 20 museums in North America who attract audiences, you can see that 7 are in Washington, D.C., the Smithsonian Museums. 3 are in California, 3 are in Chicago, 3 in New York, 1 in Toronto, and they represent more than 70% of the audience of museums in the United States. And there are 4 other museums in the other parts of the United States. And from those museums, most of them are science and technology museums. So even though after the 2008 crisis, museum audiences has increased, it's about science and natural science museums. And after that, art museums. And why is that? Very simple. People is looking at connection with their everyday life. Where do we come from? Where do we stand? Where are we going? And I do think, sadly for us on the art field, that we have exercised the experience of art as an isolated component in which you come to the museum, don't talk, don't ask, don't breathe, and you better know of what's hanging there. And people today in contemporary art are really concerned about the object and the experience. Who did this? Does he pay rent? How many childs he have? It's as simple as that. So I do think that the experience of Moca was brilliant in the past 2 decades, but times change and times need new models to be developed. Next, please. And that has nothing to do with Moca. It has to do with museums around all America. And it started in the 80s. It started in the 80s when there was a big amount of money and a new generation called the Juppies, which they bought apartments, very fancy apartments, and there was a great territory to sell art. You know, what do you do next? You have the money to hang great artworks in your wall. And from there on, the idea of commodity in art started to develop. And from the 80s, we started to see the museums losing the strength in legitimizing art. And we started seeing the art fairs legitimizing art, and a very curious phenomenon. Curators of museums and directors of museums going to art fairs to see what was relevant. Very strange in a territory about buying and selling art. So what happens here from the 1980s to the 2014? Basically, the same model invented 3 centuries back when the Dutch invented the art market. There are 4 components: artists, dealers, collectors, and the institution of knowledge. Well, us at the institution of knowledge and the artists are being beaten up on these 3 decades, and collectors and dealers have taken control. And that's a central discussion with Moca and all museums in Miami. And look at the board of directors. Is it about the institution of knowledge or about money in the bank? And I don't have any problem having been a museum director and being a curator with money in the bank. But it's our ethical responsibility of what we do with museums. So in that conflict, artists and institutions of knowledge, which includes colleges, universities, museums, research centers, went down, and art market and collectors went up. And to give an example, only the market of stolen artworks deals yearly $31 billion. And I believe that relations between Western centers and the art of the peripheral spaces should be based on symmetrical relations. I don't believe anymore on the negotiation that I will recognize part of you and you recognize part of me. I believe in symmetrical relations, and that's one of the other challenges of Moca. Next, please. The museum is one among many institutions in our society no longer certain of its role, no longer secure in its identity, and no longer isolated from political and economic pressures. It is also not immune to the everyday rejections of deference, the indifference to authority, and the renegotiations of meanings and symbols that are typical of our time, and we saw it yesterday in the movie that was projected. So next, please. Miami is in the middle of the incorporation of cities into new cross-border geography of centrality, but also signals the emergence of a parallel political geography. Major cities have emerged as a strategic site not only for global capital, like it happens in Miami, but also for the transnationalization of labor and the formation of strong local communities and identities. And this puts Miami in the following perspective, according to my analysis. A rapid growing city with great financial structures, good infrastructure, real estate investment, and tourist services hub, but a multicultural archipelago within an urban space with intense social contradictions and tensions. Miami is not even a melting pot. We're an archipelago of communities and cultures. And it's one of the responsibles in that process should be the museum. There's a need of greater participation of local interest. We have the Art Basel syndrome, which I already talked about, and an intellectual and knowledge deficits that are critical. Next. Let's go to the next one because we're running out of time. So let's be clear. Everything is local, and perhaps it can become global. It can be through YouTube. It can be through Facebook, or it can be through an experience of constructing real relevant discourses that are valid anywhere. And I'll put some examples that I would link to. The case of Doris Salcedo's, Jose Bedia, and Guillermo Cuitca. One was director of the Museum of Visual Arts in Venezuela. These artists had their first exhibitions internationally in the museum. And what I was betting is that I was tired of looking at art history books where I would look all the tendencies, all the stars, all the regions, and at the end there was a chapter that would always say Africa, Pacific, and Latin America as a special chapter. And that has to do with the idea of putting local experiences to circulate. Doris Salcedo started, when she exhibited, it was the work of the people who disappeared in Colombia, their shoes, in niche in walls, in front covered by transparent cow skin. Now she's relevant, she's been in Tate, and she's one of the most significant Latin American artists. When I got to Miami, they told me, you know Jose Bedia? Yes, I think I know him. One of his first exhibitions was in 1992 in Venezuela, Colombia, and Mexico through the famous exhibition Los Hijos de Guillermo Tell. And Guillermo Cuitca with the cartography show. Those experiences showed that you can invest and believe in local artists as a reference essential to the communities they represent and put them to circulate in the network of relations in museums as valid discourses of what we are in Miami. So in times of constant economic turmoil, can we turn the page, please? Global reconfigurations and social adjustments, for art is a good time to rethink strategies and reestablish priorities for Miami. So I think that Moca and Babacar have a big challenge with the museum as an art lab, an ideal space for education and negotiation between competing identities and views of human expressions and ideas, knowledge exchange and understanding of nature, a space of reconciliation where relationships are based on art, artifact, environmental, natural knowledge, and human enterprise, represented not in tropes of similarity and differences, but in terms of mutual interdependence, not in a strategy of assimilation, but in the practices of harmonization. And I also believe in the model of the biennial as an instrument to open up cultural debates, inspire multitudes of diverse opinions, and encourage interaction based on symmetrical, interconnected relationships of artistic expression. What I mean by this, I think that Moca becomes an opportunity to develop a model in Miami of a museum of a special community, because we're not like the rest of American cities. It can also become a very interesting experience model for the Caribbean, which is their first global enterprise in this continent. And I think that the model of the triennial, 2 minutes, also to align what we are as a city to project it to the rest of the world. Next, please. So I'll take Kay Ross' comment and paragraph that says, no one would deny the many tensions in the museum movement globally, yet an exciting future beacons for the museum community. No longer the dusty cloisters detested by Prost or the iconic cathedrals immortalized by Umberto Eco. Today's museums are spaces of negotiation and debate, of changing meanings and representations. And I put on one side the drawing of Torres Garcia, where he shifts the continent, replaces the equator, basically to say we need new models for new ways of looking who we are. Thank you.
Questions? Yes, I think I saw Babakar's hand, right? First? Yeah, go ahead, Babakar. Okay, Neil, go ahead.
I'm not sure how many of you feel the same way that I do. We have 12 extraordinary panels in this space as the first symposium of Moca. If this is the beginning, I tremble to see the rest of the year. Here, the experience that you have witnessed today, you should cherish it, because this is history. Yeah. For those who have missed it, you missed something. You hear me? You missed something. And I thank all of you for taking a call from Babacar and Moca, and for those who have put together this panel. Normally when we see panel, you see panelists that says, why are you here? I'm here because I love art. But to have, and they will sit beside a PhD, you know? Babacar made a comment to me once, said, Neil, I went on a panel at the Historical Museum in Broward County. And he asked one of the persons beside him, why are you here? Well, I just love art. Excuse me? And he got up and left. How dare you sit with me as a PhD, and the only criteria you have is that you love art. And those are the things that we have to do. We have to respect intellectual discourse. And I thank you very, very much for taking the call to be here. And,
That's lovely. Thank you, Neil, for those generous comments, and thank the audience for staying. This is an amazing thing to see, that we still have amazing numbers of people in the audience. Yes, you want to respond?
I wanted to say, on because the question about race and about it not being about race, it is about race in this country. Because if you talk about power, money, control, marginalization, people with extreme amounts of wealth in this country that built the wealth in this country and carried it on from generation to generation benefited because of race. And so it's not, for me, it's not a question about talking about race. I won't say that, deny and say it's not about race, when it absolutely is. The thing is not to get stuck on it. And we live in we still live with a plantation mentality. And so that's what allows us to do some of the things that we do. it's acknowledging it, and then we move forward. I mean, we have groups that get together for all different kinds of reasons in this country. You know, when things happen, you know, you collect and you group and you talk about it. If we never talk about it, we won't get past it. And so this type of environment where we can have the kind of conversation and you can bring it up, you can discuss it, you can dialogue, you can agree to disagree, all that's fine. But just don't be scared to talk about it, especially when it comes to museums, because it's all about race and when it comes to museums.
Yes. I think that there should be something clear about this. I think what the situation of Moca just represents something that it's happening, it's a tension that it's in museums in many places around America. And I wouldn't say it's about race. I think it's about stereotypes and how we catalog. And that has done, the cataloging, which is an American obsession, has done a lot of damage. When my first day at NYU at Museum Studies, I remember I went out and this group approached me and said, "Oh, how nice, where are you from?" I said, "From Venezuela." And then one of them said, "Oh, nice, when I was a kid, my father took me there to an island called Margarita." "Oh, yes, beautiful island." She said, "And I remember that there was these men lying on hammocks with a big machete and a mountain of coconuts. And my father would give me the Venezuelan currency. I would go buy. The guy would cut with a machete the coconut, put a straw, and give it to me. What are you doing here in this program?" I digested that and said, "What is this?" And the only answer I could give was, "Well, I ran out of coconuts." But that represents basically what's behind. It's the idea that how a laid-back country will have someone going through museum studies. What for? And that stereotype, especially in Miami, is very strong. Outside, a journalist who was asking questions here told me, "I don't understand why members of the board are not here." Well, it's very hard that when you have introduced legal actions that you can sit on a panel about ideas and things will go in a fluid manner. But I do think, and I'm sure that Babacar has the idea of an open institution to the exchange of ideas. And I think that those open discussions will bring or move back stereotypes which have been so dangerous not only in our society, but especially in art, in the way things are legitimized and classified.
Just to put on record, they were invited as well. They chose not to come. Yes.
Yes,
they were invited. But this is important that this be said, because this is the second time this has been raised. They were invited and chose not to be here. In fact, I believe the idea was that they would be beneficiaries of this kind of discussion. Yes.
I'd like to pose this one. This has been first laying the predicate in panel 1. Panel 2 kind of is aiming toward a call to action. We're almost there with call to action, but not quite. So I want to pose kind of a combination of two of the questions to Rodell Hearn, Jorge, and anyone else who cares to chime in. Question 4, what role responsibility do the residents have in the survival of their institutions? Let's combine this with the last question. As far as erasure and marginalization, let's presume that everything said by everybody is true, and we agree with it. This is a majority-minority, heavily Caribbean-flavored city, all kinds of mixtures, and there's legal action. They may or may not take the collection with them. They have a lot of money, the city doesn't. Wow. So, how, not only what role responsibility do residents play, but how can residents, artists, and art institutions organize to rebuild or recraft a museum like this from the bottom up? Fair question? Museologists are welcome first.
Good question, actually. Excellent question.
Go ahead. Okay. I'll start. That goes back to what I was saying about if you're going to be involved and using the tools that are in place. This is not a situation where you're coming from the bottom up. You're rebuilding. I live in New Orleans. After Katrina, many people gutted their houses and they rebuilt. They kept the frame. because there was nothing wrong with the frame. So building on what's here, and one of those ways is educating and being involved in the process. Museums have been able to operate and they have the money and the resources because people commit the time, the money, and the resources. And so the reality is that if the community is going to take this on, if you're going to really be a part of it, then you're going to have to donate some of those things, such as time and resources. And so the route to do it, though, is having the museum show you how to do it. The rules are there. They're very clear. The museum says that they will do it or that they want to do it. And so educating the community about how to ask for it. So you're going in not as, it's not a war, it's not a battle, it's you know what, you have the resources to help us do this. We have the intent and are willing to work together. The other part, a really very key part, is not to have a museum in a community that has a board that is not representative of that community in age, gender, income, or anything else.
Okay. I think that, and we're responsible as museum people, there's a trend that has happened at least in the 30 past years, the idea of the museum as a self-contained institution that has the truth in its hands. And many museums all around the world have underestimated the communities. And I firmly believe that a museum is basically the facilitator between artists and the community, educating that experience. It's not about race. It's not about differences of approaches in terms of this is good art or bad art. It's about the highest level of products that can be provided to a community. A big difference of a museum between a cultural center is that cultural centers can negotiate lowering standards because there's a percent that it's the leisure time of the community. You know, I come in and have some fun. Museum has a historical responsibility. So it's bringing that community to interpret and understand its highest level of knowledge. And when we're talking about a diasporic community like Miami, where are the museums connecting to that? So it's a two-way street. Museums have to have an education model that responds really to interpreting the needs of the community, and the community has to engage itself in a discourse that has to be much more open. You know, that idea, don't touch, don't ask, don't look, it's very hideous in museums, and that has to change. People expect to be involved. People expect to be considered. And to understand how complex it is, the Metropolitan Museum of Art does every certain time a survey of how much people stand in front of an artwork. And I think it was 6-7 years ago, the average was 3 minutes, 45 seconds, something like that, in front of a painting, which is not much. 3 years ago, they did the survey, putting the painting, but putting a flat screen with the same painting on the side. And the younger generation would stay a minute less watching the original and a minute more watching the same original, but on a flat screen. That tells you that outside communities are interpreting technology and ways of looking and ways of participation in a different manner. So yes, museums have to open their doors and try to understand how communities connect with the exercise of art.
Does anybody else on the panel? It's a very practical question, so we want to get everybody's response, and then I have a suggestion as well. Go ahead. Go ahead, and Carol. Yeah.
I suspect that the question has to do with money, because the way it was framed, there was a hint about those who have the money and the community who may not have the money. There's an element of that. So I don't know the economic situation here. Normally, people will talk about an area as kind of low income. But we do know that even with some low income areas, there are also people with some money there. But I think another strategy is to redefine what the community is. Who's the community? And what types of linkages can that community establish with sympathetic other communities that may be affluent enough to bring in the money? Because one of the things about museum ultimately is how do you keep the doors open? Part of what we saw last night in the film has to do with where are the resources to use in keeping the doors open. That's also a very crucial question, but the film also pointed out that sometimes the money is there, but those who may be on the board may misrepresent things because they have some other agenda that is not conducive to what is going on. So essentially, even the immediate community being very supportive, we also have to think about how to raise the money to be able to keep the Moca doors open and for all kinds of things to happen here.
Yes, actually I do. Sorry. It's very interesting for me. I moved to Miami. I'm a military brat, and I moved to Miami at 12 years old. And I was already dancing in a conservatory training. That conservatory had to go to ballet every day with the bun head, all of that stuff. But I spent a lot of time here in North Miami. I went to ballet school here. I shopped across the street, bought all of my dance clothes there. I moved around the world, got married, had 2 children. No matter what, that woman stood by me, and she sent my dance stuff all over the world and anybody that I asked for. And she made a very concrete and firm decision that she was moving south. She was going to move her shop south. And I asked her, you know, what's the purpose for that? Why are you doing that? And she said, you know, North Miami it might be a mistake because it has the highest land mass in South Florida. And economically speaking, it is one of the most influential when it comes to landscape and money. This North Miami has it. Believe it or not, that's the truth. So anything else in South Florida can flood. We have to have flood insurance. Oh my God, more than the cost of my house. But you don't need that here in North Miami, in this region. We don't need that. You don't have to have that. So if Moca moves all of the art to Miami Beach, what will happen to the art when the hurricane comes? Now that's real. We laugh about that, but that's real. That's the economics of it. That's real. Where is that going to go? How much insurance is going to be paid? Who was here before the board, before this museum came here? I was here. I saw it go up. Who was here before? What happened to those people? Where is that? Why did the museum come here? And yes, there are changes that are going on. And yes, we do need to make change. There's a shift that's happening everywhere in the world. We do have to go with the shift. Otherwise, we remain archaic and we're stuck. We have to make the shift. But at the same time, the board, maybe I shouldn't say that. Well, the board has to make the shift as well. They have to be willing to make the shift. And that's really important.
Right. It was a very practical question as well, and I want to hold the fact that you did that. But I think one of the things that communities have to do is also organize and create networks that can also support. So in other words, it can't wait always for it to be directed from here, as has been suggested, which is good. But I think the communities too have to be empowered to say, this is ours. You can't do whatever you want. So we are going to organize, and as you say, with other communities, to make sure that this is something that remains here. So the power is here. A lot of times people don't realize they have the power, that it's not necessarily with only the people who have money or who have the resources. Back up there to those questions. So I'm happy you raised that question. Satya? Okay. Babaka, did you have a question? I saw one hand.
Right.
Go ahead.
I think, this question is all about not only Moca, but it's about the future of the city itself. Because, the innovation in running a museum, we've engaged in this kind of thing. We didn't even know that we were going to be accepting the job at Moca. When we began to do the study group of the alternative contemporaneity, which was 2 years ago. Some of the members are here. Jorge is at the table there. Sergio Payares was here. Maximo Caminero is here. The idea was to imagine 3 layers grid, which is really the model we're working with. It's not about looking at the museum, it's staying at the museum looking outside. So therefore, if you stand in front of Moca and you are looking, what you are facing is one of the best potentialities, largest potential of galleries already built, right? The whole 125th Street. Then, if you look beyond, what you're seeing is the large presence of warehouses, right? So therefore, the 3 layers grids have to be integrated. You have to have the artists to move to North Miami, where rent for a studio is cheaper. All right? Already we have been a little bit successful on that point. Second is really to integrate those studios with the galleries. So that those artists that are producing can be shown in the galleries, so the galleries can make money. And then Moca could now develop a kind of general programs about art and culture. I mean, this is the new model. I mean, everything else they're talking about in the museums as a place for prestige, where, you know, you have to wear your Gucci or your Versace just to be seen or not to see the art. I mean, that's gone, right? So there's this new model of museum we're talking about in the 21st century. That is how the museum is impacting economically. The museum will not survive if all around the museum is composed of poverty. So the museum has to strive then to impact its surrounding the best it can in order for it to receive. There is no doubt in my mind that if the people of North Miami felt that this museum meant something to them, they would not have rejected a $15 million bond issue. Second, even if after the citizens rejected the bond issue, if we are in the business of PPP, public-private partnership, but why is it that the board not to raise 7.5 million, and then the city raised 7.5 million? That was another option. But what is at the heart of the problem is a kind of poverty of imagination. That, all right, if we don't have this, then that's it. Right? So there were no attempts to try alternative. So we came from the alternative study group. So therefore, when we're looking at these things, and we are saying, but there are many solutions. So those 2 questions that you have built into one can be looked at in these 3 layers grid. That the museum is just the 3rd layer. You have to have these 2 layers. For example, I have walked from 125th Street and Biscayne all the way to West Dixie Highway. I have spoken to everybody who owns a shop there. There are some people here who never even in the museum walking here and never set their feet into one of the most wonderful, not a bar, but a cultural center. Luna. Yes. That's an asset. That you won't imagine the level of folk singers. I go there after work and I just sit down And you look at this and you say, okay, what can the city do with this? You have folk singer flying from Utah and perform right here. Right? So you have to build from your assets. And what we have is our community. You have, Harriet is here. When we needed to do the film, because the director of the film couldn't make it in time, we said, well, we have a filmmaker to present the film. So we just called on her. And she responded because this is her film. Now, to what extent then we're not bringing her to develop the moving image series for Moca? Because you have to educate the community. You have to engage these three blaze grids. And if we do, we'll be just fine. That's right.
We have one more to start here, and then I was told we have just maybe 7 minutes. Thank you, for that clarification.
I just want to make, this was a lot more informed and specific, and my comment may not seem that interesting at this point, but let me share it with you anyway as an outsider. Sitting on the plane in New York and coming here, I was thinking about what could happen at this event, these two panels and the way the questions were organized, and I could not at all imagine what has in fact happened would be possible. So we moved from a general discussion which raised all kinds of interesting questions to the kind of very practical things that we got from this panel, especially Jorge Gutierrez's suggestions. And then we have a member of the community getting up and saying, what could we do? How much better can it be than this, right? As an academic, I'm used to conferences that go nowhere. So I guess a couple of things. Let's be clear about one thing, if you disagree about this, but something to continue discussing. It seems that museums should be, this museum, Moca, should be less like a museum, and in fact more like a community center. In fact, you were saying there were two different models, but if you would instead maybe take the risk and be like a community center, which means that part of it is to kind of isolate that aspect of it, separate it out, and see that as a big part of what museums should be doing now. Which means museums should be in the business of organizing, grassroots organizing, right? So if you take ordinary people and what they think about, which was so beautifully explained by Jorge, and you go to the museum and you're not thinking, so why did she draw this? And how much did she pay for rent? Well, what kinds of things are people in the community thinking about? Right? And how can you extend that thinking through communal spaces, right, where people talk? So it's not just a session like this, but an everyday kind of thing. So that somebody says, you know what, I go to Moca to hang out with some people who are thinking about the kinds of things that I'm concerned about anyway. It's not sort of the stuff in the university setting, it's not, but somewhere between a coffee shop and the university. And I think if that can be done, that would be wonderful. Second, it seems to me that there has to be, and I've done a little bit of curating, but not art, it's music. I'm a big jazz fan, and I did something in the city where I live, the small city where I live, we did jazz. The improvisation in jazz is remarkable, not just to listen to, it draws out energy in people. And what I found was that there has to be predictability. You can't say, well, we'll do jazz whenever. We could only afford to do it once a month, but it was always the first Thursday of the month. And the fan response was just amazing. It's like, oh my God, we knew it was the first Thursday, I had to go to the Carriage House to listen to Jazz Spaces Ithaca. Jazz becomes an organizing tool. People talk to their neighbors, they bring kids. High school kids then get involved in it. That's just a model. There has to be some amount of predictability. So if you do something like this, maybe once a month.
We do it here every last Friday of the month.
Okay, well that's exactly the kind of thing I said. People need to know that that's what's happening. The third thing I'll suggest is a more general one, and this is something in an event I organized, Angela Davis was doing a talk, and this is about a year ago, 2 years ago. She said, we all get so depressed, and we say we elected Barack Obama, but he hasn't done as much as we thought. Yeah, the Republicans have been holding him back, but still he hasn't done as much. And she said, that's the wrong way to put the question. We elected him, and then we left. Did we stay organized? We need to put pressure on him. Did we do that? And the answer is resoundingly no, we did not. Progressives in general did not keep, in fact, he said it himself. You need to keep pushing. You keep pushing, it'll happen. So if you have a member of the community who's saying, what do we do? Well, get together, have regular meetings, so that the board doesn't feel it's somehow separate, and come up with ideas, and then volunteer time. And if kids can volunteer time in the high schools, and their parents can, and the grandparents can, I mean, the kind of thing we'll be creating here will be much more exciting than the Met can ever hope to do in New York City.
I want to, wait. I want to thank Lark. She has done such an amazing job. Wow. I hadn't met her before we communicated, but she was so on point with running this event yesterday and today, and I appreciate your professionalism. Whenever I see that, I love it. And I thank you for your courtesy and all the ways you have handled executing this event. And I want to say to Moca and this audience, you all have an amazing director, not because I know him, but a talented, really full of ideas and energy and unstoppable. So you're in good hands. I hand you back over to Bob Campbell. And I want to thank the panel, and I hand you over to Mark. Thank you, panel.
But one of the things that's actually going to really deeply impress upon me is that I'm so glad that you said we do that here every last Friday of the month. And you don't work here at the museum, and so I'm really glad as a member of the community you said we do that here. So that's exactly what I love to hear. So thank you for that.
It's one of the best things we do with my
Appreciate that. I would just like to say, it's kind of an ancient practice to base your decisions on 7 generations in the future and how they're going to feel about it. And so I'd like to start to get into the rhythm and the pattern of really thinking about what sort of a legacy are we building right now in this historic moment for 7 generations from now. What will they have? Because we're going to be building that foundation that you talked about, the structure of the house, right? So when we build that, what will it look like 7 generations from now? What will it be for them? So I feel so fortunate to have had the pleasure of spending this space and this time with all of you here today. I'm so grateful for all of your support and hopefully your ongoing support in this time that we're going through. The scholars that were here today, my goodness, thank you so much for all of the investigation and exploration that you brought to light, and also the questions that have come up, because I think we still have a lot of work to do. And that's one of the things that Babacar and I have been talking about, is that we've got work to do. So I thank you all for being a part of the work that we have to do, and thank you so much.